the dirt. In other words, our cul-de-sac is dirt and there's a little dirt and it's back on pavement. He understands as soon as he gets to the dirt coming back towards the house, we're headed home. That's where I do not let him off now. Any other time, he's fine. He stays right next to it. He just knows now when we're coming back and he wants to run up to the house.
Oh, okay.
Some counties may have
But I was nervous today, man. I thought maybe when we let him off, leaving for the walk, he was going to do that. But no, he doesn't. He only likes the bolt when we're getting close to the house.
Okay.
This is ABC.
You gotta wonder what's in their head.
Yes, I know.
JBS.
I'll tell you what, though, he's playing fetch. I can throw his ball as far as I can. He'll run it, get it, bring it back, drop it, so I'll throw it again. And then when we go on walks now, I'll pick a rock up and I'll fit his mouth, not too small, not too big, and throw it. That dog will run, grab it, bring it back to me while we're walking, drop it, and want me to throw it again. The fucking dog's got fetch down south. I'm going to switch over to the weekend, try to get him on the frisbee. I'd love for him to be able to catch a frisbee.
Yeah. Some dogs just don't do it because it'll hurt their mouth. You should probably start with a soft frisbee.
And that's pretty smart, actually, because he's got that baby teeth. Maybe I'll find you're right, almost like, he'll chew the shit out of a phone one, but yeah, something.
Yeah. Well, I had a dog in Sacramento. That thing, it wouldn't be a frisbee, but a tennis ball. I could send him out and throw it to him, and he'd just feel like a wide receiver. He would look at it and jump up and get it.
To help our communities when they come back together, respond to the 2020.
In fact, speaking of wide receivers, it's draft night. It's like draft night.
Virtual draft, right?
I tell you what, I'll bet you there's going to be a record number of people watching the draft.
Hey, I'll tell you who I think's going to fucking win this year.
Hey, you don't even bet on the draft, right?
Tampa Bay, baby.
I don't think so.
Do you want to learn?
Is that Bronco? I know it. I don't.
They got not only Gronk, they got Brady.
Brady. Well, that's why Gronk went there. I don't.
He was a fucking beast. I hope he kept in shape.
He was a beast. He lost like 50 pounds. But the guy's injury prone. Clark County increased the number of deaths with COVID-19.
No.
Well, anyways, I mean, great catch. Plus, he's not. With those other two, tight ends, he's not the head and shoulders above tight ends anymore. And the study was totally bogus. Kansas City's tight end, and then San Francisco's tight end, or especially San Francisco. He's good. He just doesn't have the ball to run over people like Gronk.
He's optimistic they could, but things will look a lot different. Schools will need to find a way to keep social distancing measures in place, and students may have to continue virtual learning after this school year is finished.
That's Chuck Clark reporting. National Jewish Health in Denver will start offering COVID-19 antibody tests tomorrow. Dr. Jay Finnegan.
A lot of people out there who had symptoms that didn't get tested. There's a lot of people that had very mild symptoms, and then there's a lot of people that had no symptoms.
The antibody test will answer that question for the first few days of testing and supplies. The Broncos hope to make a virtual splash in the first round of the NFL draft tonight. The team holds the 15th overall pick pending any trade activity. This year's draft will look a lot different as it will be an online affair rather than the usual.
I gotta get some coffee over there.
Now, Impact Traffic. This report is sponsored by American Financing.
Traveling around the metro area freeways.
Here's this lady in Sonora. Needs to start filing taxes again, if not filing since 2013.
Drive, that's basically 109th and Washington. Avoid the area altogether.
Just because you didn't have to.
3rd and Broadway as well. The crew's still working on that structure fire that has traffic backed up off highway on the eastbound side of Thornton Parkway between Huron and Conifer. Best to avoid that stretch altogether if you can. The weather forecast. Partly sunny, a slight chance of showers this afternoon. Could be breezy today with a high near 67. Right now, mostly cloudy skies and 57. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Pete Wagner, 630 KHOW.
Are you in the right loan program for your current needs? Schedule a free mortgage review with American Financing. There's no pressure and no upfront fees, just savings. 303-695-7000 or AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 123334, regulated by the Division of Real Estate.
Kitchens, baths, counters and floors, and even replacement windows and doors. You have our word of the future right at Denver. Hi, I'm Tom Cicchini. You know,
My dad started making that pledge on the radio when I was no more than 12 years old. He's taught me all my working life that what we do is not rocket science. Our success simply comes from treating people as we like to be treated. And this is Dan Chicane. Todd's totally correct. We know that you work all the job with fairness. You want good service and timeliness information. You want honesty. You want to feel comfortable. And you simply want to be treated well. That's what I want too. And Dad, I know that's why we've done our best over the years to make their wants our objective. You bet, Todd. So folks, if you're ready, we're ready to serve you. Whether it's a fresh new look in your kitchen or the work windows, call us. You have our whole refrigerator done. 303-722-2235, 800-362-8370, or drhy.com.
This is Dave Logan, the law offices of Dade Campus, a serious law firm for serious cases.
Holy crap, fellas, it's coming up on us.
All right.
$1,000. Text the nationwide keyword CARE to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text to
Want to do this thing?
rates apply in this nationwide.
Yeah, I'm ready.
That's CARE to 200-200.
This is the Troubleshooter Show.
I need somebody.
Now, Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter.
Hello, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. This hour brought to you by RealCBDThatWorks.com. Put Tom in the promo code, get 25% off. RealCBDThatWorks.com. Now, what is going on with you? We're taking phone calls at 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. And we are not only taking calls, but we're helping people who call. And you can call at any time, 303-MARTINO, 24/7, 303-627-8466. Samara needs some help here. Samara, what's happening?
Hello.
Hey, what's going on?
I haven't filed my taxes since, let's say 2013. I was in an abusive relationship, and my ex-husband would throw away all my W-2s, and I just got divorced in November, and I now am left with trying to pick up the slack. I know I don't owe any money, so I'm just wondering how I can go about filing. I went online, and I looked to see how I could do it on my own, but they're looking for financial information like a credit card or like a student loan and all that other stuff, and I don't have anything like that. I have a debit card, I have a job, and that's it.
Who's looking for that information, Samara?
I was looking for that information on the IRS website.
Oh, I get it. So listen, let me just make a couple statements here, and I think everyone will see where I'm going. I've been getting a lot of calls lately. We're going to help you, Samara. We've been getting a lot of calls lately from people wanting to know how to file their taxes. And I started thinking, why do people care that they've ever filed their taxes? Why is that all of a sudden a concern of people who haven't filed? Do you know what the reason is, of course? Why do you think Michael Plantanga, Larson tax relief, what's the reason? As Samara just said it, to the stimulus check, right, Michael?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's definitely something she can do to qualify for that check.
Yeah, so here's the bottom line. You have to have your taxes filed, but I have an interesting question for Larson Tax Relief. Now, they do, of course, help with audits, and they do help with collections and back taxes and all of this, if you owe tons of money, if they're coming after you. Now, Michael, but I have a question. What if you only make current this year, or 19, that's the only one that counts for the stimulus? Why would they have to go back to their early taxes? Will the government look at their earlier years or say, hey, this is the first time we've ever gotten a tax return?
Well, yeah, Tom, what can sometimes happen is the IRS will file what's called substitute returns for taxpayers that they see had a requirement to file. So if she made over the minimum threshold to prepare and file the return, she should do so. Otherwise, the IRS could do it for her, and they'll prepare them in its best interest, not the taxpayers.
Okay, but Michael, my question is this. If someone has not filed for years and they want to qualify for the stimulus, what do they do?
Well, I would say the minimum that would need to be done is just prepare and file 2019, But from what I understand, they're also going off of Social Security withholding to determine what amount people qualify for. So she may still get a check regardless. I'm not sure.
I thought it had to be a tax filer, and that's why so many people now are interested in filing their taxes. But let's answer Samara's question. What does she need to do? She says she probably never made enough to owe anything. Did you pay anything in, Samara, all those years?
No. I mean, I had them take out what the, I filed single, so they were always taking money out, but I just never got my taxes back.
Right. You never filed taxes, right?
I did, but prior to 2013.
Right. So, but during 13, 14, 15, 16, were you a W-2 employee?
Right.
What were you during those
Correct.
times? Were you a W-2 employee, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19? What were you?
No, I'm just a regular worker. Is that what you're asking? I just work at a restaurant.
Okay, that's what I meant. So what does she do, Michael? How do you go back that far? Or do you have to go back that far?
Well, she should go back to 13. Larson Tax Relief does have a great tax preparation service as well. But what we could do is she can order wage and income information going back to 2013, so she would have everything needed to prepare the missing returns.
Now, going back to 2013, is that necessary legally? I mean, what I'm saying is, how many years back can the IRS go?
Well, the IRS generally goes back 7 years, and legally the IRS will only require taxpayers to file the last 7 years of returns if she meets that minimum income threshold.
Okay. So, Samara, you ought to contact Larson for their tax prep service or ask advice, but here's the bottom line. You got to file 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. If she files all those taxes and doesn't owe anything, does she still get penalized?
Well, if she had a balance owed, she would be, but if she doesn't have taxes owed for the older years, I would probably advise her not to file them, because the refund statute is only 3 years long. So if she has a refund on 2015, it's not even worth her filing the return because she wouldn't get it anyways. But the tax preparation service at Larson would give her better guidance on that.
You see, Samara, you may not have to go back that far if you never owed money.
I got you.
Except that the IRS could look back, right, Michael, and then do their own return?
Absolutely, yes, they could.
Okay. But if you don't owe, there's no penalty, right?
Right, that's correct.
And if you have a refund coming, you can get it, but only 3 years back.
Exactly. So the refunds are only eligible for 16, 17, for 17, 18, and 19 right now.
Okay, thank you. And Larson Tax Relief can answer all these questions, by the way. Samara, I hope we answered that. And we have another question coming up here. But 844 Larson Tax when they're not here. Beverly, what is your question? Beverly? Let's hope Beverly is there. It might take a while.
I'm here.
Okay, Beverly. What's your question?
Quick question. I've always filed my taxes. I haven't this year. Last year I had to pay in, thanks to who.
Yeah.
I had to pay in. Will I get a stimulus check?
Yes, of course. If you, what was your total income?
Probably 55.
Whether you pay in or not doesn't matter. What matters is the income threshold for this year.
Yes.
And then they're going to base it on 2019. And if you don't have 19, they're going to go to 18. But it's going to actually
so
be...
even if I paid in?
Yeah, even if you paid in.
Okay.
And Mike...
Hey, Tom.
Yes.
I have a question for Larson. Are they still up?
Yes, Michael Plantain.
So, if you go back and file for 3 years and you're supposed to get a refund, do you still get the child tax credits? I mean, do you get everything just like you did it at that period of time, or some things go away?
No, the child tax credit does not go away. So whatever the tax law was that year still applies, and you're entitled to all credits and adjustments.
Wow, she could get a nice little refund.
Did we answer this question before?
Absolutely.
Did we answer this question before? What happens if you made money to qualify. You made enough money to qualify. Please, guys, you can put that on hold now. It's just common sense. Okay. Anyway, basically, when you file, let's say, and you qualify for 19, and they give you the stimulus check, and 2020 turns out to be a windfall, do you have to pay it back?
Yes.
Yes, you do. Okay, Michael, did you know whether or not?
I would agree with Mark. Yeah, I think you do.
So it's based, even though they're going to look at figures for 19, if you didn't file 20, it's all going to be, and well, nobody filed for 20. It's all based on this year's income. So
what did she mean by you know who? By the way, I'm just curious. She goes, I had to pay taxes last year because of you know who.
I actually don't know what that means. I have no idea what that meant. I don't know. So anyway, you can ask her. You can ask her when we come back from the break if she's still on. I'm Tom Martino.
Founder of Edelman Financial.
I'm sure it was Trump. I know. Because people are under the impression. And TED is another one. It's Trump derangement syndrome. Right, it is. It's a Trump derangement syndrome that everything is affected. So the reason a lot of people had to pay in if they didn't have to pay because they were taking a lot of write-offs because of entertainment. That's where it got a lot of people. I know it got TED.
My employees, when I was extracted, they were taking 5 and 6 to payment. Yeah. So if they wouldn't have, and then at the end of the year, they would say, so
They'd rather manage their money than the government.
right.
I know. A lot of people can't do that, though. They can't manage their money. You might take 5 dependents and then do it. They'd rather, especially if these low interest rates, you got to look at it. Well, now, yeah, that doesn't make sense. Seriously, people cannot manage their money. I mean, we know that. I mean, they look at the taxes as a savings account. Exactly. 0% savings account is still a savings account.
Please take care of yourself and each other. Plumline Services is extending its...
If people would just do that one thing of having 3 months of living expenses tucked away.
A lot of people can't do that. They literally live paycheck.
Well, like say you live in Yes, I agree with that, where you say that 20-somethings. The younger kids are just starting out. Yes, I agree with that.
But a lot of people,
I mean, they really would.
Right.
but a lot of married young families are living paycheck to paycheck. They can't afford to put money away. They should.
Here's the one that kill me. If you add up $5 to $7 for a pack of cigarettes a day, and then $5 to $7 for a coffee a day, that's $400 or $500 a month right there.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, man. $2,000 for vacation each year, and I know a lot of young couples that really still go on vacation. Put it on their credit card. Right.
I'll tell you what, man, if you don't have money, you should do your honeymoon in a tent.
There you go. There you go. In your backyard.
No reason to pay any campers, people.
That's right. Are you going camping this weekend?
No, I don't think so, man. I thought about it. I'm going to wait till the following week.
Are they going to start, what are they, did you listen to the governor and stuff? What are they going to start opening up?
Restaurants, bars, and gyms will not be opened up. Businesses like office buildings, they're saying only people that pretty much, if they can't telecommute, bring them in, you got to keep social distancing. Really, pretty much all businesses, with the exception of like movie theaters, entertainment shit, restaurants, open up under the strict guidelines.
So hairstylists?
What's that?
Hairstylists?
Yes, hairstylists. Hey, babe, did hairstylists open?
Started today. StitchFix.com.
Yeah, I think so, but they have to keep social distancing 6 feet.
How about, can I go get a tattoo now?
You know what? I just got one.
My hair's going to be 6 feet long by the time I get in there.
I'm going to get one to Nico.
Yeah, there you go.
To put your tax problems to rest.
I'll put anybody's ever got a dog in tattoo.
Of course. A dog.
Tattoo?
Nico was tattooing me. I was trying to remember what season in Seinfeld, the one where they sit down and, the guy puts a triangle over George.
Oh, yeah.
Was that one or two?
Oh, no. That was...
I gotta find it. I gotta watch that one because I've gone through it multiple times now. I haven't seen that one.
Whoa. We put the triangle that you talking about pyramid over, where he gets, okay, the triangle.
He says something like, what did he say? It's so funny. He was bread.
No. Or you need to go into cold water, or was that I'm off cold water. Hot water. I watched season 1, episode 1 the other day.
What's cold water? He said something like, I was in the blah, blah, blah in Antarctica.
No. They wanted to go to cold water. Because Kramer says, yeah, I'm off hot water. And then George says, can it be lukewarm?
There's a 20% chance.
How much does it cost to get your console down the hospital? How much is Kramer's guy? $20.
So remember, the triangle, that was that artist that did the triangles. That's where I got it.
In-demand talent, on-demand, Upwork is how. Talk station.
Yeah, that was. And remember the fruit that one guy stopped and they had a fight with...
Radio station.
No. It was Chuckles.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Compass Insurance Group, they are the ones you can call for help with insurance because they're local agents. And here's what's important. To have a local agent, you can call for help and information at any time. You know their number. It's 303-996-9000. It's here, local, and you'll talk to them. And another company you might deal with, but when you have a question, it goes overseas or something. So you really need a good agent, an independent auto agent, and home, casualty, insurance. They even do commercial insurance. And, of course, with Auto Owners Insurance represented, one of the many fine carriers, Auto Owners Insurance is one of the companies they represent that they're proud to have. And they have, listen, here's the deal. There have been so many people who have called us over the years, and we have done an insurance checkup and saved them thousands. There is no benefit to staying with insurance. 303-996-9000. So, listen, we're talking... anything to do with COVID, but of course all other things like problems, questions, complaints. We've just started to have the complaints that are going to come in. We're going to have numerous bankruptcies, failures. States will go bankrupt. We will have companies that never come back into business. We'll have other companies that won't pay up. People that won't pay for things they ordered that they couldn't take during COVID. And then you're going to have insurance arguing that we're not going to cover anything related to COVID because it's as far as business interruption and all that. We've just seen the tip of the iceberg right now. So make sure if you have anything that you think you're going to encounter, any problems, that you call us. 303-MARTINO 24/7 or 303-713-TALK.
Hey.
Yeah.
Tom, do you think we'll see a lot of municipalities go bankrupt over this? And how does that look?
I don't know of a lot of them, but I know, municipalities go bankrupt. It's happened before. States go bankrupt.
Sure.
And not states, but, cities. Cities have. So when you go
How about a state going bankrupt?
I don't know. I don't know how that would look.
We should ask Wink and Wink that someday when we have them on. But, what does that mean? None of the employees get paid? What happened to the pensions? Like para. My God, I can't even think of how man,
but
it's crazy.
They're not held. I don't think they're held by the city or by the state, are they? Or by the... I don't think the municipalities hold their own pension plans, just like companies don't. They might.
I don't know. I don't know how para works.
Does Social Security, is that invested, those funds, or are they used in the general fund?
No, they're basically stolen constantly.
Yeah, borrowed, right? But
yeah.
When they are invested, Does the government use an independent agency to do the investing?
I couldn't
Or
tell
do they
you.
just,
I don't think.
or do they
I don't
just buy
think it is
T-bills?
invested.
I don't even know. How does it grow then? How does Social Security grow? Do they put it
Raising
in
taxes?
I mean, no. I mean, I'm just wondering how the fund. How is it run? Is it run like a retirement plan, or is it run like they get money in, they send money out? I mean,
I think that's it. I think it's like a bucket, man. Bucket in, bucket out. I don't think they invest it. I mean, maybe they do.
Anyway, Laura, what is your problem with ET tours?
Good morning, sir. It's the ongoing problem about the 8th graders in the Castle Rock area and countrywide.
Okay,
that are not getting their
yes.
refunds.
Yeah, they're not the only ones. By the way, I want to say something while I'm on the air. With my kids' school, the tour company is being fine, but I don't think it's ET Tour, but I'll tell you who's giving us trouble. Southwest Airlines. They listen to this. Southwest Airlines wants to refund to the tour company in a gift card. And it's it's the most ridiculous thing we've ever heard. You do it in a gift card for future flying. So your tour company might be having trouble with their vendors as well. I mean, everybody's having a problem. But the tour company, if they did not put money out, see, I'm not sure how far, when was this trip going to be?
It was going to be the first week of May, but multiple times when I called for the update in the beginning of the virus, they said they wouldn't even be buying the tickets till a month out.
That's what I was talking about.
When I really didn't believe that they had already purchased the tickets, because this was all kind of started happening in March, and did not feel that they had actually bought the tickets yet.
And how many schools are involved?
I honestly don't know. I mean, it's all over the country with the EF tour, but I mean, I know there was 30 kids at our school.
Is it EF or ET? It's EF.
EF.
Yeah, because there's also an ET one. Okay, EF tours, right?
EF.
Yeah, EF.
Correct.
Got it. Okay, so
I mean, these are 8th graders, and they're
did we call them last time? We had another call about this. Did we call them? If not, we should.
I don't know, sir.
No, I'm talking about Daphne. Did we call them? Anybody work on this? Let's get on it.
Somebody was working on it. It wasn't me.
Well, we need to get a hold of them one way or another. We need to get this done. We need to figure out what they're going to do. I mean, I can only imagine there are hundreds and hundreds of families affected by this. Laura, how much did you pay down?
Until I paid the whole thing, which was $2,550.
$2,550?
Yes, sir.
Holy crap.
Hey, Tom.
How many parents do you estimate in your school alone paid that, Laura?
I believe on our tour there were 30 kids.
Mark, think about that. Just that one school.
Well, if it is the airlines and let's say the hotel refuse to actually reimburse the tour company, where does that put you?
Well, I don't know, but God.
Me neither.
I mean,
like you said on Southwest, I mean, that's really not the tour company's issue. It's Southwest is being the jerks.
They have 80 grand just from this one school. So, or 75,000, 76. If they have that much money from this one school, and then how many schools do they handle? I mean, they could be sitting on more than $1 million.
That's huge.
But do they keep the money? I'm wondering if they spent the money. Did they communicate with the schools at all? Did EF Tour communicate with schools at all?
No, they were initially working just with the main contact of our school, and individual parents were able to call in regularly, which I did, and it was always I don't know. And then it was there was no explanation. It was just like, tours canceled, here's your voucher. And there wasn't really a further explanation, but there was no consideration thinking that these are 8th grade students that are all
when was your tour scheduled?
May 1st to the 6th. I believe it was the first week of May.
Did you go on the site and read when you hit that chat? Did you do that? There's a chat where you can one of the responses is, it says at this time all tours scheduled have been postponed. If you did not receive an email, please click here to review your options. Okay, so I'm going through. Okay, what does it say? Well, right now they're saying what they're going to do. given the unprecedented situation, we have some exceptions to our peace of mind program. Oh my God. Okay, here are your options, they're saying. Reschedule your existing tour, choose a new tour, choose to take future travel vouchers. They're not giving money back. So
No, sir.
why not a future tour?
Or they're saying that you can, they're giving you this voucher, less $750. That is supposedly some fee they've come up with. But the point of it is that it was a large amount of money, and it was supposed to be a really special thing.
Well, first of all, the voucher...
And Tom, a voucher would mean nothing to her because the kids are in 8th grade. They'll never use it.
Correct. Yes, sir. That's right. That's the whole problem. If it was in 7th grade, we'd all be okay and saying, okay, we'll try again next year. But these kids are all going off to high school, all different, schools, and there's no way they're ever going to, be doing this.
Well,
so it's just
okay.
Under this odd
If we can't recall anyone on our staff who called him, we got to call him. We have to call them directly and say, look, what are you doing? I mean, they have to have millions of dollars tied up. I don't know what they're doing. They're going to probably go bankrupt. I mean, what the hell are they going to do? I see a bankruptcy here. How can they pay back the money? I don't know where is the money? That's another thing. Where is the money?
Right.
Okay, so what you hold, we have some content. If you go to their website, eftours.com, under Contact Us, they have...
Send me the info.
I'll just send you the link. I'll send you the link, and you'll see their contact.
But I need to know what school and stuff from this caller right here.
Daphne, can you send Mark that? Mark, I'll put this on the call screen chat. I'm going to do, here's for Mark. Yeah, let's 303-713-TALK. Here we go. There's the chat. There's the link, and then we'll get the specific information. But I imagine there are other schools. If there are other schools involved, let us know at 303-713-TALK, or leave a message at 303-MARTINO, or email us help@troubleshooter.com. More coming up.
This is Denver's gas station with Tom Martino.
You have FAQs about coronavirus?
Yeah.
That was updated yesterday?
When is that coming up?
1 minute. Now, Impact Traffic.
Hey, Kyle.
This report is sponsored by
Go ahead, please.
Watch the clock.
Watch out for delays once again due to road work on the west side of town, eastbound I-70. Stop and
So
go.
just to let you know, that company at EF is a foreign company.
That's scratch. And out east,
It's a foreign company.
eastbound I-70 out by
It is?
Yeah. Yeah, Sweden.
If your
Oh, that makes it fucking even crazy as shit.
agencies
I'm sorry, Switzerland.
7575.
They're all
Right now, 60.
They're Swiss.
630 K-How.
Upwork has the world's largest network of proven independent professionals, and
Okie dokie, 10 away, become the banker.
administrative assistants, animators, architects. You get the point. When you need in-demand talent on demand, Upwork is
I might not be talking to
BecomeABanker.org is the website you go to find out more about this incredible investment opportunity. It is a life insurance policy that you have, and then you overfund it on purpose, not to grow the life insurance, but to grow a cash pot that grows tax-free. The people who are involved in this program did not lose one dime, but kept earning money through this whole COVID crisis. BecomeTheBanker.org, or watch my video at BecomeTheBanker.info.
Hey, Mark, you might want to have that lady send you the contract.
Yes, you'll want to tune in to here on K-How. And don't forget, past shows can be...
What is right here where they won't get their money back? Yeah, what? It says right here where they won't get their money back. Why?
Those EMTs.
Their policy, because they say they book stuff ahead of time with expenses, and all they're doing is giving back travel options.
Fire and police.
I'm reading this.
But I guess the question is, what does the contract say?
Do our part. Stay at home, out of groups, do all we can to stop this virus. We can be heroes in this fight.
So she's not the only one that's called. Her name was, what was her name?
Here to say thank you to all those on the front lines. And those
Was it Lori?
together we can do
Doc, did you get her name? Was it Lori? Laura.
for yourself, the ones you love, and all of Colorado. Be a hero.
There's another one, Cheryl Cole. Okay, there's a whole page here on
And wedding ring store.
the coronavirus.
What's my next one?
Between Fillmore and
No, but again, it's with the contract, there's a contract change.
Okay.
have careers.
But I say, they got a lot of money out there.
This is not just a job or a career to me. This is my passion. Simply put, you'll never find better.
What do you get for $2,500?
With Remax Alliance, you sell your
How many days out there?
more money.
See, I think the teachers go, and then they get free, they get to go free, but they're also
No shortcuts, just results. 303-920-1622.
Running a business, HR issues can kill you. Wrongful termination suits, minimum wage requirements, labor regulations, and
Hey, Mark, did you see that, the information's on the call screener?
founder and CEO of Bambi. I created Bambi specifically for small business. Get a dedicated HR manager, craft HR.
It's on the call screener, her information.
Yeah, I got it. I'll call here next week.
Let's change HR from your biggest liability to your biggest strength. With Bambi, your dedicated HR manager is available by phone, email, or real-time chat. From onboarding to terminations, we customize your policies to fit your business and help you manage your employees day to day. All for just
So
$90.
how are they updated the fax questions stuff? What's updated? I'm reading on that.
On it today.
Go to Bambi.com/human. Spelled BAM to the BEE.com/human. Go to Bambi.com/human.
You know, we've all really realized how important websites are. Yet, so many websites stink. They just plain suck. You need a company who will give you a free analysis of this website, and you need people that will not only do that, but then keep it ongoing and help you have a presence online with SEO and more. A company that truly does what they say, not these other crappy companies. I'm telling you, Get Found Fast is for real. GetFoundFast.com. You can tell when I'm on the air, right? You can tell when I'm on, right?
No,
I was talking too loud. Okay.
Usually you're more animated.
Yeah, you're right.
So, Dan, Tom, what's just here is travel before May 14th, you can get, they keep you $1,000. Travel after May 15th, they keep you $500. But that's if you cancel it though, right? If you don't want
Why are they
to,
keeping money though?
if you don't want to keep your travel voucher, it says if the travel is originally scheduled prior to May 14th, you can exchange your voucher for a refund minus $1,000. But for travelers leaving after May 15th, you can get all your money back, less $500.
Well, why are they charging any fee?
Well, here, but it says,
She says people may be feeling disconnected and even depressed because the
it says because of different cancellation rates and different companies that they work with, they're right, but they're the ones that cancel us. I'm just reading what it says. Right, but what I'm saying is that say if that person cancels it, is that what it says? I guarantee that it says somewhere in the contract that.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. All right, well, we have a lot to talk about, but this tour company, not good news. Now, we looked on their website. They're very clear. You get a travel voucher for 100%, or depending on when your travel is, you get a full cash refund if you want to turn in your voucher, but they charge anywhere from $500 to $1,000. What I don't understand is why are they charging that fee? Is it in the contract? That's what I don't understand. So we need to figure this out. Mark, I sent you the information. We should call this company. They're a foreign company, so I don't know what we can do about it. I mean, you can still,
I'm going to call them.
You can still sue foreign companies. That would be interesting, Mark, to see what they say about it. Aspen View Academy is one of the schools, but there are a lot of other schools. Now, Jerry, what's happening?
Yes.
What's going on?
Yes. You know, I've been listening to you for, I can't remember how long. You always said, this is a learning moment. I want everyone to learn. What are we learning from these school tours, all these people calling you? How about don't do it? With your own kid, with your own phone, with your own credit card. That way you can deal directly with the airline and the hotel.
Well, that's
instead
true,
of going
too.
through these companies. It's not necessary to 50 people from the same class. You don't get a deal on the plane. You don't need the tour company to go to Washington, D.C. Everybody say, hey, let's go, and you go. You don't need a
But
tour
Jerry,
company
they do.
booking it. But
Jerry,
yes, sir.
Jerry, our school had one, and I don't even know where that. I didn't get a refund yet, but I paid. I forget what it was, and it was cheaper. I could never buy that at those group rates. It was cheaper for me, Jerry. It was way cheaper.
But is it worth it now?
Well, no, not now. Of course not. Of course not. Don't know.
Okay, so in the future, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't suggest people do it. It's not that.
Well, you know, but it's not just that, Jerry. What about booking your own vacation? You know, a lot of people got screwed. Booking your own.
Right.
So here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying. What we have to do is have a provision for this kind of thing. We have to have a provision in the contract where no one gets burned anywhere. I mean, really, I mean that. Where no one gets
That's what
burned.
it's all about.
Because if you think about it, no one should get burned. Let's go all the way up the line like I like to do, okay? The tour company shouldn't get burned we shouldn't get burned by the tour company. The tour company should not get burned by the airline. We're talking for trips that haven't been taken, right? And the airlines, well, that's tough. They don't fly, but they're not spending money on pilots. And, you know, in other words, why should we have to bear that? I don't know why. We didn't cancel it. They did, technically. And they were told to. Do you believe? Okay, I want lawyers to call in. I know we have lawyers listening to this show. I can smell. Did I just say that? I can sense that. Oh my God, I can sense it. Here's what I want. Seriously, do you think contracts are going to be changed? Mark, do you think there'll be new wording in contracts now and insurance and in contract law?
Always.
Do you think it, honest to God though, do you think it'll change?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it'll change. It will change. Okay, so let's go on to David. David, what's happening?
Yes, Tom.
What's going on, David?
Well, I'm curious about all this money that our current leader is, I don't know,
our current leaders with an S.
Yes, sir. That's Mr. Trump.
No, now, David, do you think Mr. Trump is the one spending the money?
Well, where is he getting the money that he...
Congress is authorizing.
First of all, David, he's not coming up with this on his own. You know that. I mean, look.
Well, yeah, for sure.
Be mad at your government if you want. I mean, are you upset that the government has come up with a stimulus package? Is that what you're upset about?
No, not really.
What are you upset about?
I'm upset about how all of this money, you know, it's up to $1 trillion.
By the way, David, I understand. I thought the same thought, I swear to God, this morning. When I heard about them passing another, they're looking at another stimulus package. Here's what I said. Where's the money coming from? Okay.
Well, that's my question.
Well, it's not coming from taxes because we had just enough taxes to balance, to balance the budget, and then the deficit we have, and the expense on the deficit. When we talk about a balanced budget, we don't include the deficit spending, right? We don't include the interest on the deficit. I don't believe we do, but a lot of people. And by the way, deficit's not the word. It's not the right. There's national debt, and then there's a deficit. And usually the budget can operate without a deficit, right? Can't the budget itself operate without a deficit? The national debt, we have a terrible, terrible, terrible national debt. I mean, we really do. So I think it's just going to go to the national debt. I don't know. I mean, I have no idea where the money's coming from. The money wasn't just sitting around. So that's a good question to ask. To search. Where's the money coming from? It's tax. It comes from all of us. Now, this is truly an example of a redistribution of wealth, and it's needed. It's good. I mean, this is a good social program. That's what it is. You don't like saying that? It is. The stimulus package is a social program. Right, Mark? Do you think it's a social program? It is.
That's all it is.
Yeah. So, but it was needed. You know what?
Oh, yeah.
There are times when socialism, and I don't want to talk like Bernie. I swear to God, I don't. But there are times when the collective must do something for all of us. Really?
Well, we pay taxes all of our lives, man. I mean,
Yeah.
we should get it back when it's needed.
Yeah, but it's really not there.
No, they waste freaking money up on the Hill like nobody's business, man. It's nice to see at least this is going directly into the pockets of people.
Yeah, okay. Good. You know, so I don't know why you're upset about it, though. Why are you upset about it?
Upset?
Me?
I'm curious.
Oh, the old guy.
Yeah, I'm curious you know, they're going to spew out all this money. And, you know, obviously you talked about the previous deficit, and that's been the big talk for the last, what,
Well, there's
20 years.
Okay,
Every
but
year
a
there's
budget deficit is different than a national debt. A national debt is a giant bill that we have, like a mortgage, and we still have it, and we pay on it every year, and it grows, right? That's the debt. Then we have the budget, and the budget either operates with a deficit or not. But I believe you can artificially balance. See, this is what's weird. Like, remember when they brag about balancing the budget? But then if they balance the budget, we still have that big, giant debt. So people make us sound like we're out of debt, and we're not. They're just balancing the ins and outs.
Yeah, but technically, when they balance it, technically that debt wouldn't grow. If they actually did it properly, that debt would go down. But what's really strange to me...
well, yeah, but Mark, we have all to do to pay the interest on the debt. What is the national debt right now? What is it right now?
20 trillion plus? I mean, I'm not sure.
23
a hell of a lot of money.
23 trillion.
But listen, here's what I've never got. When you're the biggest military and the strongest military on the face of the planet, who the hell could ever, even if China is owed $10 trillion, what the hell are they going to do? I mean, really.
Okay, by the way, according to Wikipedia, the U.S. does not usually have a balanced budget. They carry forward a deficit, which goes to national debt. National debt grows. It does not go down. Deputy Doc, what did you want to say? Make it quick, Doc.
Extraordinary times require extraordinary measures. Just like in 2008.
What an orator. My God. Let's elect him. Go ahead. What else?
No, there are times when the government has to step in to...
Of course.
Like they did in 2008 with the bailout. The ramifications would have been incredible had they not done the stimulus
Don't talk to me about the bailout. The bailout was all phony baloney bullcrap.
Well, the
bailout was, okay. This is maybe doing something. The bailout didn't do crap. Did I? See, don't you dare press that button, Shannon. I didn't say it. I went shh, as in be quiet.
It's that kind of time, though.
Yeah. So let's talk. Mary, and then Portia. Mary.
Yeah.
Oh, no, Mary, if you could do me a favor, if you could give us the Terminex office that you had the damage from. Where was that?
I'm in the Denver area.
Okay, is it do you have the number so Daphne can call ahead and tell them we have a complaint?
I sure can.
Okay,
I can
good.
give you the service manager's number.
Good. Let's do that, and then we'll come back and take your call. We don't have to talk to them first, Mary. We just want to let them know, and we'll come right back to you.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Upwork. When you need in-demand talent on demand.
Construction in town, also out of town.
The government created the exception.
So yeah, I agree. The government created with the base and Title V, and let's give people more things.
No, but that's not what caused it. But that was bad for the economy. What caused the recession is that
another area
the government.
Well, the forecast. Well,
The government saw that the FDIC, this is all, the FDIC didn't have enough money to bail out things should things fail. Somebody came up with a great idea that we don't have enough money. Okay, listen, the reason we don't have enough money is they surmised in their minds that the U.S. banking system
was lopsided
Administrative assistant,
in
animator,
the real estate realm.
on-demand
What?
network is how.
Talk you out of a home investors in 10.
Yes.
FDA-approved obstructive sleep apnea treatment that works inside the body to treat the root cause of sleep apnea.
508, you are
No hopes, just sleep. Visit InspireSleep.com. Learn more.
I have something for so many people they'll thank me for. Others may not take advantage of it, but it doesn't hurt. If you need to sell your home, there's a company right now that will buy it. You may say, oh, they're not going to give me enough. Well, who knows? Call them. Guess what? They paid enough to buy like 3,000 homes in Denver, so I'm imagining they must do something right. I'm not saying you sell to them. I'm saying you call to find out how much they're willing to pay you today for your house with no contingencies. 800-44-BUYER. 800-44-BUYER.
Financial service provider, we here at Colorado Farm Bureau Insurance want our customers and the community to know that we remain open and dedicated to
For some reason,
insurance needs.
they thought it was too lopsided in real estate.
Differently during these times.
Overnight, what they did, the banks were lending out.
We're committed to providing
I think it was 1,200 to 1 or whatever. It was a number. They cut it in half overnight.
To reach our customers.
Why?
That's
The ratio. The ratio that they could lend. The multiple. Okay. The reason they did that is they didn't. The FDIC did not have enough money to bail out the banks, and they thought, let's make the banks stronger. What they thought was, we will cut the multiple so they'll have more cash reserves, right? But when they cut the multiple, what happened is they had less money to loan, way less money to loan. So now the economy started slowing for that reason. Then another thing happened at the same time. They went into the banks and said, okay, we've cut your multiple. Now we want you to take your real estate portfolio and reduce it by 40%. And now listen to this. What fucking moron would want a bank to have more car loans than real estate loans? But that's what they said to do. They said, even out your portfolio. These are the banking experts at the FDIC trying to, what did they want to do? They wanted to keep banks from failing. What they did was just the opposite. So now they say, okay, so what happens when 1 million banks are told to shed real estate? They go up to their commercial year-by-year borrowers, all of us, and they say, we cannot renew this loan. So now you're thinking, I'll either refi or I'll sell. But you go to another bank, they're also told, get rid of real estate. So now you've got millions of investors selling property all at the same time. What happens to values when everybody has prices? They go down. Now listen to what happened. The real estate appraisals went down. Now the banks say, under Regulation Z, you don't have enough collateral for the loan you do have, let alone are we not renewing it. But now we're calling it. Because now the appraisals went down, you don't have enough margin. Instead of an 80% loan to value, it's 90%. So you have to do a principal reduction. Now you have not only real estate at an all-time low, now they're asking those same people to come up with cash reductions of loans. Well, how do you do that? You just created a climate where we can't do shit. Now, a lot of those investors, they go bankrupt. A lot of the loans are called bad. What happens when a bank has a bunch of bad loans? They get a low rating. What happens when they get a low rating? They go on the FDIC watch list. What happens then? People go to the banks and start pulling out cash. What happens then? A fucking recession. That's what happens. So these morons at the FDIC who wanted to make banks stronger, fucking ruin banking system and cause a recession. Then they come in and say, now listen, this was the real goal all along. Let's do a bailout. Who are they bailing out? They're not bailing out banks. They're bailing out the FDIC. But it looks like they're bailing out banks. Why? Because if they bail out the bank won't go under and tap the FDIC. So it was a sneaky way to put loads of cash into the FDIC. And there you have the big fucking fantasy that you were told about the recession. It was created by mistake because they wanted to make things stronger. They wanted to show up the FDIC, and what the fuck they did was just the opposite. That's the fairy tale of the recession. No one knows that. You know why I know it? Because I lived it. I owned the real estate. And by the way, when they went to these investors and said, we're calling your loan, or you need to make a principal reduction. These are people who have never been late on a payment ever and had real estate out their nose. And all you had to have done is say, leave us alone. And the banks would have gotten payments every month like clockwork, and we would have never had a recession, ever. Ever. I mean, when you watch this happening, it's amazing.
Where's the derivatives come in? The fact that all of these...
That was all the story you were told. That's all bullshit. Okay. Yeah, okay.
Derivatives and stuff are absolutely true.
Yeah, but those loans... Hi, Tom Martino, you're a troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. Welcome to the show. Let's go to the phones. And Mary says, Terminix damaged her home. Now, was it the brand name Terminix?
Yes.
And how did they damage your home?
They didn't damage my home. I've had a policy with them since 1987.
Oh, I'm sorry.
When I found the first termite tunnel in my house.
Okay, then what happened?
And I have carried a policy with them since 1987, an insurance policy.
So wait, I didn't know Terminix has an insurance policy?
I have a termite protection plan with them.
Gotcha. Now I know what it is. Okay.
Yeah.
And what happened? What went wrong?
Well, I had that tunnel, dealt with that. I've had my house annually inspected. I've had my house paid the payments on time. When I added onto my house, when the hole was dug, I had them treat that.
What happened, though? What went wrong? Now, I'm hearing everything good. What happened? What went wrong?
I have been having issues with some holes, and so I called them out. In August, I had 2 annual inspections. In October, I called them because I said, I have some holes in my upstairs bathroom wall.
You wanted to know if it was covered under warranty, right?
I wanted to know if that was termite
damage. Yeah, of course.
I also found a new tunnel in my garage.
So what happened?
Which they came out and looked at. Well, at first they said, no, it's not. And they said, you have to see a live termite. And I said, they're subterranean. How am I going to see a live termite? So called them out a number of times. I contacted the branch manager.
Okay, but now rather than going through each step by step, in the interest of time, before this hour ends, seriously, what ended up happening? Was there damage from termites?
I have major damage. I have 53 holes in the brick.
If you had, then why did you say, why? Okay, never mind. You have a problem with Terminix. You had a plan. How do you get an infestation if you're on a continual plan?
I don't know. I have them every year coming out and checking them whenever.
Well, what does your contract say about if that happens? We have to examine that. So hold on, okay? Really, we'll see. Just wait, and we'll call them again. There's a problem. We'll talk about it with Terminix, and I think everyone should hear if this has to do with termites and actual damage.
Don't miss out on some of the all-time lowest interest rates. You can still buy or refi with Ideal Home Loans.
Safely, remotely, securely, locally owned and operated. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino.
So Tom, where did the
Okay, you're talking about the bad ones and all that bullshit. Yeah, they weren't good. They weren't good, but that wasn't a reason to call every fucking closet. That wasn't a reason to go into a bank and say, we want you to shed 40% of your real estate. I mean, what I'm saying is, that is not what caused the recession. That may have caused a big fucking problem for investors, but it didn't cause a recession. The recession was caused by banks calling loans. I mean, that's how it happens.
And the loans had no value, and the insurance companies...
What loans had no value?
The derivatives were Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae.
Those were particular loans, but those aren't the ones that caused the banks to fail. Those were at the federal level. They weren't locally. The banks weren't... See, that's what I'm getting at. They use all these fucking excuses to bail out the FDIC and to infuse money. It wasn't
that was not what caused the recession. Yeah, that would have caused a major investment problem. Major. And maybe people would have been fired, who knows? But it didn't cause the actual recession. It did not cause the crashing of real estate values and all that. Not because a few fucking, what they're talking about is loan portfolios had some good stuff and bad stuff mixed in, and they had a false rating. Fuck it, okay. Who gets hurt of that? Think about it. People who are investing in those federal bonds, those are the people that got hurt. It wasn't the everyday guy.
It wasn't the federal government investing in those.
Federal government was backing.
Yeah. So when they called in,
9% of applicants. North Carolina has met.
And that's what they did. They bundled them up. Was bad, was good. Right. And what the banks did, what I understand, is the government said, yeah, you've got to loan all this money to you. And we back it up. So the bank said, great. Now they want everyone should have a home and all that. Right. They went to 125% loans. That's right.
and people don't even verify their income.
And people were refinancing to get cash out, and then the market softened and stuff, then they got.
What is usually a time of
But
celebration.
the derivatives was basically, that was happened. Clinton signed the bill his last year in office.
So it was Title V, where they had to give minority.
That's not derivative though. Derivative
No,
was
but
basically.
once they gave once they gave people who couldn't afford homes loans, then they bundled together derivatives and derivative work.
Right.
No doubt.
And so the people made billions on those derivatives.
Of course.
Because they knew this was going to happen. They seen it writing on the wall. If you read the book and stuff, he said, and then after a year and stuff, the guy did it. He says, well, where's all you said it was going to happen? Well, it's going to happen. It just hasn't, and it took a while. And then just,
I mean, my home went down 33%.
That was
Do you know the homes in this country club? Oh my God, they got hurt.
Yeah.
I knew there are homes here now that are 2.5 that you could have bought for 600.
Yeah. When I had my house here, the only reason I knew.
Oh, it was here. This place got hit more. I don't know why this got hit so hard at this age.
It was high
And
end.
there were so many vacancies. No, this place right here. Cherry tree plants.
But it was high end, that's another one that hurt worse.
My property tax went down. I mean, I didn't care because I wasn't selling.
Right.
But it was great because my property tax went down. But then by the time I was ready to sell, it was back up again. So the people that hurt, the people that had to sell.
So really, I think what happened, the government did that stupid thing, said they were going to back all. And the bank said, well, how can we fail? Right. And then they started making all these crappy loans and stuff that they knew was bad, but they were getting huge bonuses.
Well, there was also, what I feel like, was the rating agencies, Moody's, and, was it?
Right.
They were owned by Merrill Lynch, and they were looking at these derivative packages, and they were a rating.
Last week, the job categories with the most claims are in food service and accommodation.
But people say, well, it's because it was the bank's problem. Well, it wasn't the bank's, but like I say, the government put it out there, and the banks were giving big bonuses to people to make these crappy loans.
These are not up right now.
This is up.
The plan and include the voices of educators, students, and parents in those conversations. It's certainly what needs to be happening right now.
She says even if there is a return to in-person learning, it will likely look a lot different from years past. The Broncos hoping to make a virtual splash in the first round of the NFL draft tonight. The team holds the 15th overall pick pending any trades. This year's draft will look a lot different as it will be an online affair rather than an in-person event. I'm Chad Hoffman.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Upwork, when you need in-demand talent on demand.
Travel around town, well, the cones are up once again in a couple of spots across town. Eastbound I-70 at Harlan, the 2 lanes are blocked due to construction once again. Backups to I-76. Traveling out towards the airport, watch out for a bit of delay on eastbound I-70 approaching Tower. Backups to about Pena Boulevard at this time. And watch out for delays on the south end of town on westbound C-470. Construction slowing you down between Quebec and University. The weather forecast, going to be mostly sunny, breezy though, with a high near 68. Tonight a chance of showers overnight, a low of 40. Right now it's mostly cloudy and 60. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Pete Wagner, 630 KHOW.
Upwork has the world's largest network of proven independent professionals, and I have an alphabetical list of them. Accountants, administrative assistants, animators, architects. You get the point. When you need in-demand talent on demand, Upwork is how.
1 in 3 retirees will return to work.
Seriously?
Will we back up?
Yeah,
No, hold on.
More than half of Americans pass without a will.
Seriously?
Waiting 1 year to retire could add 9 years to retirement income.
Seriously?
If you didn't plan for it, you're not planning. From here forward, Edelman Financial Engines. Call 888-PLAN-RIC to get started.
Hi, it's Mandy for my friends at Bell and Pollock. I know these guys. They're real. They genuinely care about their clients, and I endorse them because they do business like my dad did. If you've been injured in an accident, call them 303-795-5900.
Well, I was on the beach or maybe at the undisclosed location, but right now I'm in your car.
It's Michael Brown.
Joining me, Michael Brown, early afternoons from 2 to 4. We're going to dive into everything that's wrong, Democrats, in America, plus everything that's right. Afternoons 2 to 4 on 630 KHAL.
iHeartRadio wants to help with a chance at $1,000. Use the nationwide keyword family to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data.
All right. Let's do more of this.
200-200. This is the Troubleshooter.
Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. What's going on in your life? How can we help you? We want to help you with any of your problems, questions, and complaints. All you have to do is call us at 303-MARTINO or 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. And in a little while, we're going to have a guy on the air that says he can explain the numbers when it comes to the stimulus package and the deficit and the debt and all that stuff. And we're going to get a good primer here, as the Queen of England would say, a primer. I want a primer. She wants a primer. Anyway, 303-713-TALK. We've been talking about Terminix. That's one of the things. We're going to talk about stimulus checks. We're going to talk about a home being foreclosed or something. Just hang on and have some patience. I'll get right to you. Now, with Terminix, she's been on a plan for many, many years. Right, Mary? It says here since 1987. Is that possible, Mary?
Yes, in 1987.
Okay, so if you've been on their plan since 87, how do they justify, how do they explain termite damage to your home?
I don't know, because I haven't annually inspected, and as soon as I notice anything new, I call them out for
What
another
does your
inspection.
contract say about protection? I mean, there must be some benefit to having Terminix. What is it?
Right. Well, if they notice
damage,
activity, they'll come out and retreat it again. But this now is major damage.
So they won't come out. Are you saying they won't come out and look at your place?
They've been out to look at my place, and but I have been fighting with them since October to get them to seriously look at this, open it up, and deal with it. So I've opened my house up during the time of...
So right now, what do you need right now? Right, they're acknowledging there's damage. Are they going to fix it?
Well, they're going to fix some of it, but I'm saying there's some structural issues now because I've got 2x4s that are totally eaten.
Okay, does your contract say they have to fix everything? Are they abiding by the contract is what I'm asking you.
I don't feel they're abiding by the contract.
Do you have specific clauses where you can point to and say, here is where I deserve more? You see, I'm just asking. If you don't, then send it to us and we'll look at it. But I need to figure out why you're upset. If they're fixing it, they're going to say they're doing an adequate repair. And they're going to probably march out an engineer. You can get them to say anything. They're going to march out an engineer that'll tell them, I'm looking at Dan, the engineer here, and he's not laughing. Okay, so anyway, they'll march out an engineer to say, yes, this is all we need to do. So what makes you think they're not doing enough? Have you had an expert?
They have marched out an engineer last Friday. The engineer showed up when there was snow everywhere and on the roof. Never went on the roof. took pictures from the edge of the property of the termite damage, went upstairs into the upstairs bathroom, sort of looked inside where the wall has been exposed since February, sort of looked at it and went, okay. And I'm like, look at the side of it. There's nothing left.
And what did he say, the engineer?
He didn't say anything. I said, you need to look at this. And he goes, oh.
Did he have a T-shirt that said he was an engineer?
I didn't take a picture of it or anything. So
okay, so
he's really frustrated because they're wanting to just cover it up, bandage it.
Okay, we have to. No, that's what you're saying. Now listen, I'm going to give. You know, I gather stuff objectively, and then I move in for the kill. Right. I'm going to say we want to try to figure out if truly you have more damage than they're fixing or not. So first things first, we need. Where are you located? Don't tell me where.
Thornton.
Okay,
Thornton,
that's
just north of Denver.
Not bad. Now we need to get someone to look not at the termites damage, but at at what needs to be done structurally to make that adequate. So we got to put on our thinking caps to have someone look at it, because I want someone to look at it who will say, okay, Terminex is doing okay. But Mary, when our person goes there, I don't want you prejudicing them, saying, well, blah, 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 blah. I want to see what they truly believe. If Terminex is doing enough, do you have a proposal from Terminex on what repairs they're doing?
The only thing I have is something from the construction company saying...
okay, you show that to our expert and give us a copy. Daphne, Mark, Deputy Dan, anybody, we got to come up with somebody. I know we'll have somebody that can do that, to take a quick look at the structure.
What about Black Widow exterminators?
No, see, I told you, I don't need the termites. We're not going to have to verify there's termites. I don't know. I don't think he deals in what happens after the damage to fix it. So that would have been good if they were denying it, saying you don't have termite damage. So what we need is someone who will tell us how to adequately repair it. Like a restoration company or something like that. We have engineers, don't we? We have some home inspectors. Maybe a good home inspector could do that for us and then give us a report. And I don't mean a full home inspection, guys. I just mean take a look and say, hey, Terminex is cheaping out on this. Okay, Mike has a Portia. I need to take Portia. She's been waiting longer. Mike, I promise you we'll get to you about your stimulus check qualifications. Portia, what's going on? Portia.
Hi, Mr. Martina. I was calling in reference to a foreclosure.
What kind of foreclosure? Is it your foreclosure, Portia?
It's my foreclosure, and actually it's been done by the sheriff's department. They're going to seize my property for...
Tell me why it's being foreclosed on.
There was a credit card debt in 2005. And I guess it went to the collection agency, bought it in 2011. It went past the statutes of limitation. They were able to go to court and revise the statutes of limitation. The judge gave them an order to put a lien. And
how much credit card debt, Portia? How much credit card debt?
It was $5,000. It was $5,000 at that time, and now to cure it is right under $50,000.
Portia, you let this go way too far. This is the first time I've ever heard of a credit card company actually putting a lien on a house and going in for the kill of a foreclosure. So how much is your house worth?
Probably about $350,000.
And how much do you owe on it?
$100,000.
Wait a minute. You owe $100,000, and your home's worth $350,000. You know they're going to sell your house, right?
Yeah.
And then when they sell it, they reimburse themselves the $50,000. Well, first they pay off the loan, okay? And then they go and they give themselves back their money and attorney's fees. And then you get the rest. You do know that, right, Portia?
I'm aware of that, but I'm just wondering, as far as the statute of limitations.
Well, first of all, it's too late to fight that. You're saying that it should have been past the statute of limitations. Somehow, listen, I'm going to assume the judge got it right, because it's very difficult, in fact, near impossible to cheat the system. If it went past the statute, here's what I think happened. When was this credit card debt? Back when?
2005.
Here's what I think happened. Back in 2005, you ignored this, and they got a judgment. And then they kept renewing the judgment. That's what they did. Don't you think that's what they did, guys? Mark, do you think that's what they did? There's no way to go. They're not going to go and get a debt and a lien if it expired. I think they had a judgment against you. And Portia, what we could do is do a check on you and find out. We can find out how that happened. And I'll bet you we will find it out. But you're hoping we can go after them because you're thinking they broke the law. I'm thinking that's very doubtful, Portia. What you need to do now, honest to God, here's what you need to do. You need to concentrate on getting refinanced so you don't lose your home.
Okay.
Now, could you qualify for a loan?
Probably, yes.
You need to do that. Really need to do that quickly.
Maybe.
Honest to goodness, please. Call Ideal Home Loans or go on the referral list and look for a lender. Please you can either get a second or a new first. What is the interest rate on your first?
5%, I think.
5%. Can she do better than 5% now? I think she could. What were you going to say?
How old is she? Could she do a reverse?
How old are you, Portia? Good point. How old are you? Portia, how old are you? Well, how old is that? Oh, she's doing that old trick with the, did you say 30? Portia?
Yes, I said 30 years.
If you're 62 or older, you can get a reverse loan. I don't know if you want to, but you could. You know, that's where you don't have to qualify like a normal loan. You just have to have the ability to pay your taxes.
Yeah, but there couldn't be. It'd have to be a clean title. Those liens would have to be gone. Everything would have to be handled.
That's the whole idea. Get the reverse loan, and at closing, that's exactly what I meant, to consolidate it. And that's approvalreverse.com, Joan Sullivan. In fact, you should look into any and all options, but you better get on it. Portia, I'm telling you from the bottom of my heart, I sincerely doubt they violated the statute of limitations. Look, if you want, go ahead and get refinanced. At least you don't lose your home. Then go after them if truly there were some violations of the rules of civil procedure. Then go after them. But you got to save your house. And going after them on process will not save your house quick enough. Okay? We got more coming up.
Yeah. It's still not refinanced.
Oh, shit, terrible.
You might be kicking yourself in the head. Rates are at historic lows. So take advantage of our new fast track loan with an unbelievable low rate of 3.25%.
These simplistic people who want to tell you how.
That's right.
Simply, I'm saying this is a mechanism to type 2 diabetes. It's not very simplistic.
20 years. Even if you
refinance, you've got to understand about type 2 diabetes, the pathophysiology of it.
Yeah, but type 2 is a lot simpler than that. It's insulin resistant.
Yeah, but this is why. I mean, you understand all the pathophysiology of it. It's very complex.
It's very simple to deal with, though.
Hey, did you see I sent the contracts to you guys as far as Terminex?
What? Okay. Hey, bring Mark up, too.
Okay.
All right, let's talk about it, Mark. Integra Insurance, they want you to call because they do have open enrollment. Now, this special open enrollment, I thought it closed already. No? When does it actually close? The actual open enrollment.
The 30th is going to be your last time to be able
to do this. Okay.
And it is important. If you've been laid off or furloughed and you're looking at COBRA coverage, which can cost a fortune, you got to call these guys.
Yeah, you know, normally open enrollment only happens once, but right now, we have open enrollment. You can get insured, and yes, it will cover you for all this COVID stuff, and there are many tax benefits available. In some cases, you might be eligible for Medicaid, 303-466-5500. 303-466-5500, IntegraInsurance.com.
It's awesome. Thank you, guys. Jackie, if you're new to Denver, you may not know what to do about your sinking concrete. Call Derek and we'll show you how to fix it and save money. Advanced flood jacking, 303-441.
About Terminix?
441.
No, I did it. You can go down.
Okay, hold on.
Just I'll be right back.
My Uncle Paul works long hours at the grocery store to make sure that people can put food on the table.
We really want to thank my wife's cousin Marie, who works so hard as a nurse saving others.
Thank you for being
Did she say how old she was? I didn't hear her.
Leave their homes to keep us safe in ours. We thank you. From the front lines to behind the scenes, we see you. You're essential every day, and today, you're heroes.
For giving families everywhere a little more hope for a healthier tomorrow. We're sending all our love, gratitude, and hope your way.
Here's to all of you. We couldn't be more grateful.
Thank you so much for everything that you're doing. Yeah, awesome.
Say leave it to Mama.
I was going to say thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. If you'd like to thank America's frontline and essential workers with us, visit everyoneknowsahero.com. For the cartel of the NMLS number 3030, licensed in 50 states, each legal entity that identifies themselves as part of the Rock family of companies are separate legal entities with their own governance and management structures.
Roofing is essential to get it done the right way while keeping social distancing and go beyond CDC guidelines. Go to the roofer I've been recommending nearly 30 years, Excel Roofing. Excel is open for business, assigning one project manager and one crew to you for your complete safety and satisfaction. In these unsure times, depend on Excel. Locally owned and operated 27 years. Quality products, top-notch installation, and solid warranties. I've known the owner, Jay Bretz, from the beginning, a charter member of referralist.com. I've trusted him on my home. You can too. 303-761-6400. 761-6400. Excel as in excellent. ExcelRoofing.com. And remember, with Excel, you don't pay a cent until you're content. 303-761-6400. ExcelRoofing.com.
Hi, this is David Nestor, owner of Urban Lights, Colorado's largest lighting showroom. Bring a little lighting dazzle to your home with the hottest looks from design lines like Hindley Lighting. We guarantee the lowest prices on hundreds of design lines that can't be found anywhere else. Find us at UrbanLightsDenver.com. The best vacation is a backyard staycation, and nothing makes a staycation like the Wind River Spa. Not only can you build and price yours in their virtual showroom and have it delivered in just a week, but there's even a money-back guarantee. Start your staycation today at WindRiverSpas.com. iHeartMedia knows small businesses across the country are facing new challenges during the COVID-19 pandemic. So to help, we put together the
Yeah, but I don't have an answer yet. I mean, there's some stuff I just don't understand.
Resources providing businesses with stimulus loans, grants, and other financial aid. We also shine a spotlight on small businesses.
But I agree.
Visit iHeart.com/smallbusiness to learn more. That's iHeart.com/smallbusiness. Because your small business is big to us.
This report is sponsored by Upwork. When you need in-demand talent on demand.
Look for partly cloudy skies today, a mild high of 65. There's a 20% chance for an evening shower or thunder shower. Look for rain tomorrow in 50s. I'm meteorologist Brooks Garner, Fox 31 People Weather. Upwork has the world's largest network of proven independent professionals, and I have an alphabetical list of them. Accountants, administrative assistants, animators, architects. You get the point. When you need in-demand talent on demand, Upwork is there.
Yeah, I told you.
Everywhere.
Mark, did you include in-house stuff on that? Because I may not have enough. Did you? On that. Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. We have a lot happening. Let's go to the phones and see what we can do for you. Just remember, One Clear Choice Garage Doors, OneClearChoiceDoors.com. People having trouble with doors, you need to get in and out, emergency service, One Clear Choice Doors.
OneClearChoiceStores.com, and they also do springs, they do openers, they do every component, they do inspections. OneClearChoiceStores.com. Okay, so listen, Mike wants to talk about a stimulus check thing. Then we're going to get an explanation of the stimulus money and stuff like that. Go ahead, Mike. What's happening, Mike?
Yeah, hey, Tom, I just wanted to know, is there a threshold of income earnings at which you are not qualified then for the check?
Of course. Yes, $100,000, I believe. Yeah. Is it individually or filing?
Right. Well, like if it's...
From 75 to $100,000, it starts phasing out, sir.
It's 200,000, nothing.
Wait, say that again?
Now,
a married couple.
Yes.
A married couple is 200,000. You get nothing. If you make 190 for a married couple, you're going to get some peanuts.
Okay. Well, that answers my question. We make too much to get our taxes back, I guess.
Yeah. You know what's crazy too, Tom? I've said this a million times.
Mike,
it's money.
Mike, in 2020, right? In 2020, will you make less than 200 as a couple? I mean, more.
Yes.
Okay, so instead of saying I'm not going to get the stimulus check, say thank God I was not impacted. That's just a... Anyway.
Yeah, but who better to go out? Who better to go out and spend $1,200 a person than someone that does make that kind of money?
What does that mean?
They will go out and stimulate restaurants or whatever's open.
Without the check, they'll do it.
Right, but it is adjusted gross income also.
Now, Mark, you're not saying everyone should get stimulus money, for God's sakes.
The whole purpose of stimulus money is to stimulate the economy. It doesn't matter who gets it, quite frankly.
Well, that's true, by the way. That is
Who's going to stimulate the economy? We're not talking food stamps here. They call it freaking stimulus.
Now, but here's the point. You make a good point that whoever gets the money will spend it, so it stimulates the economy. However, there's no need to stimulate, to give people with more money that, because they're going to do it anyway. That's the thinking, I'm sure.
If you think about but hold on, Tom. If you think about actual spending, I'd rather that money be spent on products and services and stuff, not, well, I mean, if you got to pay the rent and pay other stuff, you're going to do that first.
Yeah, but it all stimulates.
Really, to a degree it does.
Yeah, but you're saying you'd rather have it spent willy-nilly through the economy. I understand.
On the business.
I get it, Mark.
In the last
that's the only thing you can spend it on, for God's sakes, when I say willy-nilly. I'm talking about hairdressers and going out, hair salons, and also going out to eat and doing this and doing that. I get it.
That's right.
Chuck is somebody I talk to about numbers all the time. Stimulus money, Chuck, where does it come from?
They actually are just printing it. It's right now, our country, we generate in taxes more taxes than we've ever done in the history of the United States. We bring in $10 billion, that's a B, $billion a day in tax revenue, but our country spends, our federal government spends $13 billion a day. So we spend almost $1 trillion or more extra dollars every year, which is just added to our national debt.
Okay.
Our national debt.
And that doesn't include this year, though.
Right. So keep going. We bring in. We're generating every year a deficit, or we're adding to the debt. How much every year?
Anywhere from $600 billion to $1.2 trillion.
Okay.
Every year.
Then how is it possible? It's all artificial then.
100%. So let me finish. $24 trillion is our national debt right now. We passed that up on April 7th. So right now we are actually only paying effectively about 1.6, 1.7% interest on all of that debt. So you can't take all of your debt and throw it into 1 month or 6 month or 1 year treasury.
Gotcha.
Because you're exposing the whole country to ridiculous things. You buy 10-year treasuries, 20, 30 years.
Okay.
So our debt, or our interest on our debt, is included in the $4.6 trillion budget. That's what we spend every year.
Okay.
Right now.
Okay.
And the interest is about $350 to $450 billion of that 4.6
So the interest we're paying on the national debt is included in our budget, and that is why the national debt keeps growing, in essence, to pay that interest.
Well, we're just funding. Yeah, we're just funding. We're just basically borrowing the money to pay the interest, plus an extra about $400 billion a year. And see, this is a big misnomer. A lot of people say, "Oh, China carries our debt." China, the country of China, the government of China, has none of our debt. Not one penny. They have $8 trillion of their own debt.
Who holds our debt? Who holds our national debt?
The biggest borrower or lender to our national debt is Social Security in the United States. We have $9 trillion.
So wait a minute. Of that $24 trillion national debt, we actually owe $9 trillion back to ourselves to Social Security.
Social Security.
Okay.
Yes.
Now you have a revolutionary way you think we could get rid of the national debt. Don't say it right now. I'm going to come back to you. People, if you want to learn about the economy and about debt without politics, you're going to listen coming up.
Clear. Hey, Tom, it's 8. You got your simple floors coming up.
Okay, is it right away, bro?
About 55 seconds or so.
Who is John? Who is it?
Well, Mark, you can't say he doesn't know what he's fucking talking about.
I'm not right.
You know damn well he knows what he's talking about. I know. Just like with a bunch of people, we know.
Eastbound side of 36, we're blocked on that stretch for road work as well. If your business is based on
Don't talk. Mark, you also saw that with certain car deals. I mean, I basically, for somebody who preaches not to get ripped off, get ripped off.
With your impact traffic,
about 15 seconds to your simply floor.
Our largest network of independent professionals, and I have administrative assistants, architects. When you need in-demand talent on demand, Upwork is how.
SimplyFloorsInc.com. That website is where you go to get floor coverings for your home or business, and you can get any of the floor coverings, and you will save 20, 30, 40, sometimes 50% depending on the floor. That's because Buddy and Karen Mitchell have simply made a commitment to charge less, make less profit, pass on the savings to you, and get the best installers and warranties in the business. SimplyFloorsInc.com. Make your own appointment. SimplyFloorsInc.com.
All right, great.
Back home. Half of Americans over the age of 65 will remarry. Seriously?
I was talking to Frank. He got shot because he's so large.
What is his job?
He's real estate.
Seriously.
No, all those numbers. I knew that the Social Security was his biggest borrow. Well, it's not because so that being said, Tom. So you're saying about where Social Security invests its money? This is what they get.
20,000 square foot of real light quality and value with Kichler Lighting. Whether Kichler or any of our other fine brands, your lighting makeover will take any room from drab to fab. For more info, go to urbanlightsdenver.com. This is Dan Kaplis. Over the past 35 years, I've had the privilege of representing many wonderful people whose lives have been devastated by a crash caused by a truck. Our firm has the real-world results that prove our hard-earned expertise in trucking cases. And because we take righteous cases on a percentage fee basis, good folks from all walks of life can take advantage of our services. So if you're the victim of a truck crash, give me a call. Happy to show you our track record. 303-770-5551 or hit dankapluslaw.com.
Kitchens, baths, counters and floors, and even replacement windows and doors. You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right. Hi, I'm Tom.
What do you learn on diabetes, Doc? What? What are you learning about?
I just happened to come across that.
Okay.
And people who want to give simplistic explanations don't understand the.
But people just want to be able to understand it. Just I mean,
yeah,
but the
complex physiology of it is incredible.
Right. Well, the body is very complex. Do you think which is the one that needs? I don't even know the difference between type 1 and type 2, but both of them can be, your diet can really affect.
No, type 1, they cannot produce insulin.
That's right.
Okay.
Type 1 is an autoimmune disease.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, and type 1, though, you still can be way healthier by not doing a lot of carbs.
But he said, I didn't realize it was autoimmune. It is. I didn't know that.
You know, to a certain extent, you know, type 2 is insulin resistance, okay? But not everyone gets insulin resistance for some reason, but most people do. But if the truth be known, if you look at the general population, during the day, they are diabetic probably 60 to 70% of the day. No, you're not.
What I'm saying is diabetes rates have really jumped in our country just because of sugar.
That's it.
Right?
Yeah, because the more sugar, the more you bombard, and the more you become insulin resistant.
Think about when you were in school, what would they tell you to fucking eat from those food groups? They basically started killing us back then.
Carbohydrates, right. That was the building block of that, yeah. Yeah. And fats and oils were the least.
The low-fat diet.
They were the tippy top. It was the tippy top.
I know. Isn't that crazy?
Video game news. The coronavirus outbreak has forced many businesses to
TMC did that.
video games into team building exercises. Right heading home.
I don't think the guy should be in jail for 70 years.
He says the service is targeted at the essential side.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
You watched the whole thing, Mark.
For one thing, who's going to do it for, what, $3,000?
He says since the start of the outbreak, they've seen a 30% uptick in player participation.
I thought there was something that they owed him because his partner says you got to pay him this $3,000 to him or whatever. That's the guy. That guy is a bad dude.
I'm sure.
That one guy, Jeff.
Yeah.
He looks so shady.
So, and he's got, that guy was using, and I'll bet he was using his influence to get the hookers, and I bet you he had his wife doing it with hookers and stuff. Hey, Tom, you take her as part of you take her seat as part of she's bad, too. And then she hides behind Peter.
No, what is it called?
This guy, he says things, vitamin C, vitamin D, sleep, zinc, and quercetin.
Let me look it up. No, I don't.
Balance of Nature difference for yourselves. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Start your journey to better health today.
I do kind of wish I went to watch that. I do wish I went to watch it. Once you start, it's like you said, it's like watching a plane crash start to happen.
Talk station.
How do you turn away?
Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255.
RealCBDThatWorks.com. Don't forget, Tom and the promo code get you 25% off, but not off the hand sanitizer, off the CBD products, but they do sell hand sanitizer. And are they selling face masks on there yet? I don't know. They said they were going to have them, but anyway, I think for some time we're going to need sanitizers and face masks. And anyway, CBD products are wonderful. They really are. They're just so much better for you than the aspirins and all of the ibuprofen and the Tylenols. That's why I do it for anti-inflammatory pain relief after I work out. It also reduces anxiety and also boosts immunity. So it's realcbdthatworks.com. Listen, let's talk about your problems, questions, and complaints right now. But I want to go to Chuck. And basically, this is what Chuck is saying. He's Mr. Numbers. That's what we used to call him in the day for the show. And what he's saying is we generate $10 billion a day in taxes. So that is how the government makes money from the people, $10 billion a day. But it's spending $13 billion a day, adding to the national debt every year, and now the national debt is 24 trillion. Because that national debt is so much, we have to spend part of that 13 billion a day goes to pay interest on the debt, and every year that interest gets more. So to me, it's a never-ending spiral. No economist, no one in the world could look at this and say, let's say we were a company generating 10 billion a day, spending 13 billion a day, and having a deficit that grows every single year. Nobody in the world would look at a business like that and say there is a way out. There is a way out. The only way out there is, I don't know. So that's what I want to ask about. If we spend more than we make, and if we add to the national debt every year, and if the interest keeps growing every year, how do we ever get out of the cycle? It's impossible to believe we would ever get out of the cycle. Therefore, our dollar becomes worth less and less. Another thing, of that 24 trillion, 9 trillion is owed back to us in Social Security. So the whole thing is a recipe for disaster. Chuck, how do we get out of this? Is there any economic way? There is no way you can write on a blackboard that this could ever be. We'll never get out of it. How can people do it? Has the national debt ever gone down, Chuck?
No. We had a balanced budget for one day during the Clinton administration. For one day.
Okay, so.
But for no big deal.
Go ahead. What do you mean no big deal? How do we get out of it, Chuck? How do we get out of it?
Well, I'll go into that in 1 second. Let me finish.
Okay.
China has $3.5 trillion of our debt, but that's owned by individuals in China, not the government.
Okay.
The government has ridiculous debt. So everybody says, well, we just won't pay them back. People have it. Canada is one of our biggest lenders to our national debt. Belgium is one of the bigger countries. England is one of the bigger countries of our debt. So that covers that. So don't worry.
So
about
a lot of countries around the world own our debt. May I ask something? Do we own anyone else's debt or only our own?
We only own our own.
Okay, keep going.
The
now,
countries don't own it. The individuals in that country.
Okay, that's what I mean. So individuals around the world basically bought stock in America.
That bought an instrument, a lending instrument. That's all they did. They bought a note that's actually paying them. And our note, the note that's in American dollars, appreciates in most cases more than what their currency goes. Right now, in what happened last week in Mexico, last week it was 19 pesos to the dollar. This week it's 25 pesos to the dollar. Technically, they had a 30% deflation in Mexico last week because of the oil crisis. And no one talks about it. We're talking about some stupid COVID virus. It just drives me nuts.
Well, it's not stupid, but I understand what you're saying, Chuck. We have an economic disaster. Does America ever get out of debt?
Yes, and we are by far the strongest. Right now, to give you Japan's GDP right now is about $5 trillion a year, but its debt is $18 trillion. Our GDP was $22 trillion a year with $24 trillion in debt. It was about a 1.1 coverage. We've historically always been, our debt was always about 0.6 to 0.75 or 75% of our GDP. And now our GDP has moved up. It's gotten worse. But we're still the strongest of all the countries in the world, by far.
Okay, good. I want to make you king. What do we do? No, I'm saying right now, you're king. What do we do to get rid of the debt?
Okay. No. If I was worried about it, me personally, we could literally go to $40 trillion of debt.
And then what?
We can.
But then what?
No. It would still be only at about a 1.5 debt, our GDP to our debt ratio. Some countries are 3 to 1, meaning their debt is 3 times their GDP. So we could do that. But like what I told you a long time ago, we had this discussion.
Yes.
And I would, right now, this is where I called you initially.
I know.
We just spent $2.2 trillion, which we're adding another $1 trillion on top of it. That money doesn't exist. They're printing it. It's just artificial money that's being printed. All that does is devalue the dollar. If you had $1,000 in the bank 2 months ago, your $1,000 in 6 months will only have $900 of buying power. With this extra trillion going at it, it will only have about $850 worth of buying power. You're devaluing the value of the dollar. I always use the example, a Mustang convertible was $3,500 in 1972. That same Mustang convertible today is $45,000. If I had stuck $3,500 on my mattress in 1972, I only could buy 1/15 of that Mustang convertible today with the same $100 bills. So right now, if I came out tomorrow, now we're going to hit what you really wanted me to go with. I came up with this decision in 1986 or 88 during Reagan's time. I'm sitting there, wake up in the middle of the night, and go, this is baloney. If I wrote out checks and paid off $24 trillion tomorrow in $100 bills and paid everybody back, everybody goes, that creates tremendous inflation. No, it wouldn't. Right now, if you have a treasury note for $100,000, can you go spend it tomorrow?
No.
Yes, you can take it at any bank and convert it. Yes, you can.
Well, yeah, that much, but I mean, not if everyone did it at once. But keep going. Keep going. Okay,
but it is 100% liquid. So our money isn't like if you lent me money and your piece of paper.
All right, but give your example now. Give your example about this. You're saying if we printed money to pay off the debt, literally printed it to pay off the debt, wouldn't that cause a massive failure?
No.
What would happen?
I actually think the dollar would get stronger. I've been dealing with this for the last 32 years.
Okay, we would have printed where did that $24 trillion go that we printed to pay off the debt? Now we no longer have the interest to pay every single day, right?
Right.
And we can pay back, we would pay back Social Security, which would be flush. That would tell me, and all the creditors around the world have been paid, I think the dollar would get stronger.
It would get stronger, and then people would actually want to lend it back to us.
That's a revolutionary concept. You print enough money to pay off the debt, and when you pay off the debt, the strength of the government makes that dollar stronger because it's showing, it's showing credibility. Steve,
but see, that's what they did in Germany, but they kept on printing it, and there was nothing. There was no business or no strength of the government behind it.
All right, hold on one second. Deputy Doc, what did you want to say?
Are we ever going to be in a situation where we have a budget surplus to pay off the debt?
No.
Got a break?
Okay, now, we're going to come back. Steve, stay on. Please, EF Tour, Trip Leader, stay on. I'm going to get to all of you. In fact, Joe says Chuck is wrong on some of the numbers. All of this coming up.
Clear? You got your Mile High State and Bull on this break?
Now,
your Mile High State is coming up here in about 50 seconds.
Thank you.
Isn't that what Zimbabwe did as well? They just printed money, and it went to hyperinflation.
Right, but they kept on. Yeah, but think about this. Yeah, they kept printing. What if we just printed it? Look what it would do to everything.
It would just be hyperinflation.
No, but because the people who we just paid back are now liquid in America, and Social Security is liquid, no more interest being paid, the fucking dollar would actually get stronger.
It's that simple.
No, that's not true. The government. Oh, Doc, how often does the government not use fucking logical stuff? Come on, man.
It's going to do something.
If it was just 24 trillion printed, just enough to pay the debt, and nothing more.
Tom, we've had a debt for multiple administrations.
When you need in-demand talent,
somebody would have come up with that.
MileHighEstatePlanning.com. We depend on Blake Harris as our expert, as many actual cable stations have and stuff. He is the ultimate go-to guy. If you need any estate planning advice, if you need any advice like that, you get it free from Blake Harris, attorney at law. That's true. You just call him and he'll do a free consultation. And if you hire him, his rates are flat rated. You'll love it. 720-924-6171. He is keeping things safe with FaceTime, Skype, Zoom, all the technology. He can get everything done for you. 720-924, and that's 924. Where's his number? Here it is. 6171, 924-6171. Now listen, he also has the website, milehighesstateplanning.com.
Media, are you clear?
Tom, we've had a national, we've had debt.
What's that, sir?
We've had debt in multiple administrations.
I know.
So funds we paid in the past 30 years. If it was that simple, one of the economists in the multiple, would have come up with that idea.
You know what? No.
I mean, you're not talking
The answer is
about-
no. I don't think so. If you asked me, I said no. I don't think so. If you do,
Well, what you would also have to do is say,
the important thing is you're only printing 24. Now listen, what that does is you don't understand, when you make your creditors liquid, they want to invest in something else. It gives incredible investment power into the economy. It gives credibility to the government. It takes away our interest deficit every year that we're paying, and it makes Social Security flush.
But do you think that...
Don't you think those positive things would make the dollar strong?
Well, the other thing is, once you do that, then people won't lend you money because they think it's going to be devalued at any time. Part of the reason people invest in the government is because you never devalue the dollar.
oh, what do you mean you never do that?
You do it all the time.
Oh, we don't do, not specifically,
We're not involved.
but just by making that debt and stuff.
Do I have Fuller coming up?
And really, the best,
Next up, the question you have to ask yourself, is that who they called when it was time for them to get a mortgage?
You know what else is great?
Talk about ideal home loans, it's because they picked up the phone and called us with their own personal loans. Find out how we can help you. Call us today at Ideal Home Loans, 303-867-7000.
I've heard of it. I don't know what it is.
Regulated by DORA, NMLS 36756, for terms and conditions. Call
So if it was that simple,
But it also goes on to say it's not that, but the analogy of that says, while the simplest thing is most likely the right thing, it's usually not the path taken. It isn't.
but once they've had how many economists have been in
With Liberty Mutual, get lifetime home insurance. You only pay what you
that simple, somebody would have done it. It's too simple an idea, not to be taken up.
In business today,
Guess what? We're taking $1 trillion now for stimulus. That's the same exact fucking thing. So we're stimulating the economy with more money. Why didn't that add to inflation? We're putting in $1 trillion. Why didn't that add to inflation? It does. It does? I think it does. It's not going to because we're so fucking hurt. It's just going to keep us even.
Medication you need. Learn how syntax.
I don't think so, Doc.
I think that if you did that, it would devalue the dollar, so that people would be less inclined in the future to buy debt from the United States because they're devaluing it. That's part of the reason why everybody buys government securities, because we never had devalued debt.
I bet you England's never devalued.
They have.
Well,
Keep you
They made it in the,
safe
for two.
Always contact 811 before you do. This message is sponsored by
it might have been
811,
backwards.
Broadcasters Association, and this station.
Really?
Yeah.
Fuller Law, that's a personal injury attorney that I know and trust, and you can too. You know why? Because when you're injured in a traffic accident or something else and you need help, you start asking questions all over the place. You can ask John Fuller free of charge. His advice will go to you free of charge upon initial consultation. And if you want to hire him, then you only pay him if he collects. It's contingency. John Fuller has been proving himself for years, and I stand by him. 303-597-4500, personalinjuryco.com.
There's no
1967.
omega-3s.
I should be swimming in Mulford milk balls on his
Scientists have debated this for years.
I should be swimming in Walter's milk ball.
To satisfy everyone, it's called Krill Omega 50 Plus. It combines ultra pure fish oil.
So you should be swimming in Walter's milk ball. Anyway, Tom,
it's so
what's that, sir?
Your heart
Yeah.
and your
Oh, yeah. What is it?
It also boosts your joint comfort and days. Yes, so sure. Krill Omega 50 Plus for you will even save you
My daily regimen.
to the test. The debate is over. It's back in oil. It's more. And now it's free. Just pay $4.95 for shipping and claim your free bottle. Call now.
You'll see. It's great. Or it's at NEC. Let me see.
361-1841. That's 1-800-361-1841.
This is the story of a very special woman. Just a few knew about her superpowers. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her...
Back in 30 seconds.
Your hero needs you now.
Who is that? That's Mickey. Whoever's doing this.
You need to dig with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP Indian Council.
Ask Alexa to play 630 KHAM. Then you can hear a libertarian at his best. All right, 6 seconds, guys. Here we go.
Tune 630 KPOM from iHeartRadio.
Denver's talk station.
On your smart speaker.
Available on over 2,000 devices.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK,
303-713-8255. Okay, now, I don't want to recap everything he said. I just want to go to Joe, who says he thinks we got some bad info from Chuck. I doubt it. But, Joe, what information did you think was incorrect? We can bring Chuck up, too. Joe, what information did you think was incorrect in the numbers?
Well, the first one, Tommy, said that we owe Social Security $9 trillion. The entire Social Security trust fund is only $2.8 trillion, not $9 trillion. Now, the total, what's called total intergovernmental debt, which includes things like, you know, the money we owe to the post office for their pension plans and whatnot. That number's $9 trillion, but not Social Security.
Okay, that's fine. But okay, so the governmental debt is $9 trillion. You're saying?
Close,
okay.
But shrinking. And by the way, Social Security doesn't want to be paid back because last year they made $85 billion in earned interest on that $2.8 trillion.
Well, how much interest are they paying?
No, they're earned.
I know. How much is being paid? How much interest is being paid to them?
$85 billion.
No, I'm asking interest rate.
Like 1%
It's about 2.3%.
Yeah, don't you think they can do better investing elsewhere?
But the law doesn't allow that. Now, if Congress wants to change the law and allows them to invest outside...
But you're right. They would have to invest in something, and you're right. It is earning them some money, but on the other hand, it's taking away money. But, Joe, in general, I mean, it doesn't take a genius to figure out that we keep adding to the debt every single year, and we're spending $3 billion more a day than we're taking in. So Steve's got a comment on what Chuck said, and I'll recap what Chuck said coming up, and then I'll take all of your calls as well, in between even. Steve, go ahead. What did you want to say?
Hi, Tom. My comment is more of a 30,000-foot level. It's like we have pumped money into the economy that wasn't there for a very long time. Let's face it, if we were required by law to put on reserve, $1 of gold for $1, there's not enough gold in the world left to support our economy to have that sitting. That's not my point, though. The point is that you started chipping away at this. What are the components of the debt, and how much of it is just fancy bookkeeping? When Kennedy came out and said we're going to go to the moon by the end of the decade, there was no money for that project. There's not been money for the stimulus package. You just print it. There's nothing wrong with printing money and getting it into circulation because that's how you keep the lifeblood of your economy alive. The only people that get ticked off when we print money is other countries, and that's what we're trying to manage with China right now. if all of a sudden we have so much U.S. dollars available that we start buying up all the goods and services in other countries, they're the ones that are going to be pissed off, not our country.
But doesn't it devalue the dollar if you add too much to it at any one time?
I've heard that, Tom, and I haven't seen, in my 60 years on the planet, I haven't seen. Now, of course, yeah, you go to.
Do you think, Steve? Then, do you think printing the $24 trillion and paying off the debt would be a wild idea that would work?
I don't. First off, I know it's going to sound crazy. I don't think there's
no need.
10 seconds.
All right, hold on. We got more coming up. I'm Tom Martino. We're going to go to the numbers, and then I'm going to take your calls right before that, so hang on.
If you have tradition glare in your walls, you're probably paying too much on energy bills. You need the right insulation for true efficiency. Whether upgrading or building new, you need the
it's all Dan too. He's a big part. Yeah, he works.
Advanced injection.
That's right. I agree 100%. You are. That was just the beginning.
Do you know what the engineering degree is? Mark? 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 Do you know how the engineering degree came about? All the schools, you know, when they were offering degrees, they found that there were a vast number of students that couldn't cut those other degrees and get it. So they invented an engineering degree for the ones that...
You're the engineering. So the most trusted people.
Is Denver's talk station, 630 KHO.
I always say, you don't buy a picture of them.
I was going to start a second job because I took the other so many extra stuff. But it's so complicated. The first about money was the first 2 or 3 times you do it. Was it Kramer? Yeah, it was like, oh, I seen that. Episode 8, season 2.
I don't like the What? Which one?
The one with the guy where George is looking at his pyramid.
That was one of the funniest episodes ever. Was that somebody that blew it in his face?
Yeah.
Oh my God!
You're gonna quit bathing in hot water.
Yeah, that's right. Did you know Mork and Mindy had a segment like that episode almost exactly like where they were sitting around in a circle? Weren't they sitting around in a circle even?
Yeah.
Mork and Mindy, you have to see. The Mork and Mindy episode had me laughing on the floor. Oh my God, Robin Williams. God almighty.
I used to think that was a funny show.
Muslims will begin.
You know, very seldom do I get belly laughing watching a show, but God,
I do a Seinfeld a lot.
What is usually a
no, you know who does it to me more? It's Kurt. Kurt Enthusiasm. Way more. I laugh.
I'm going to tell you, I cringe. That's what I do, is I cringe because whereas I really
asked the guy in the wheelchair, hey, have you seen so-and-so? And he says, who is she? He goes, well, she's in a wheelchair too. Remember that? He says, I think we all know each other.
The thing is with Larry David, the more Jewish you are, the funnier he is. Yeah. Because we all have a crazy Jewish uncle like Larry David. Neuromycosis, is that a bad disease?
What is it?
That's where it's it's a weird American, so if you hold from going pee, it really affects you.
That's made up.
Of course,
that's not a Seinfeld.
Yeah. He did that in the garage. It's like human meat, some phony to people. It did. Well, yeah.
Hey, no, it's true, dude. Oh, no, it's not. I'm sorry. It's saying it's discovered by human. If I inquired into Google it and said, your electrolysis is a very serious urinary condition that was discovered by Jerry
Right. Actually, isn't that amazing? So they went there, they never did a show on my party. All right, farting. No, they did it on masturbation, they did it on urine, different urine things, but they never did one on farting, right? They did one on shrinkage. Shrinkage? That was good. I think that was fun.
Of course, not having
Remember like George was sick because of the massage from a male masseuse, right? It moved. That was a good one.
And during that,
oh yeah, that was the one they were on the. Yeah. Right. Hey Mark, I saw the first episode the other day. They looked like kids. They were so young. And the end, they're pretty poor. Jerry was a pretty poor actor. Yeah. He really. He became a very good actor, I thought. Jerry. No. From the first, who was there? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Tommy got there, and he shows up later. Right. Well, outside that, but at first he was pretty poor his first couple episodes. Yeah, I think George was good. Kramer was good too.
And then heading out to the airport.
Kramer's hair was much better. You know, Kramer was not supposed to be one of the main villains, and then he was liking so well.
Stretches. The weather forecast. Well, there's going to be a chance of showers.
That was a smoking.
Right now, these guys,
remember the time you put the Korean to the largest what was the name of the furniture?
Administrative assistant, animators, architects.
But he had it sleeping in the drawers around.
On-demand talent, on
He
demand.
ran out of money. Right.
Wanted to refinance your mortgage.
What he says, they had 236,000 yen. He goes, well, that's about 84 months. Criminal, apparently. And remember when he got there? What was that furniture? A horror? And he got it, who was what? And remember when we gave him that for the drawers of the shoes?
It was Lane's boyfriend.
So what was that same also in that episode?
That was,
yeah, the songs and stuff that they. And Rick was the one, that was his song. What was the one that Elaine, what was she wanted her song? Very good, yeah. I love the time we couldn't get his girlfriend's name. Oh, Moga. So that was, and what was her name then?
Serious law firm. Deal with a new way of life. Denver's Talk Station wants to help you pay.
That's right.
Up to 12 chances every day to text and win $1,000. Sponsored by If you're stuck at home, do what I do.
What's the name again? The Super Terrific Happy Hour is very played in Japan. It was very popular.
Right to your home.
You get checks for like 12 cents. Japanese.
With a chance at $1,000. Text the nationwide keyword love to 200. Message rates apply for this nationwide contest.
Wasn't that the one? Oh no, those are German tourists. Those are German tourists.
Now, Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255, here to help you solve problems, answer questions, and take complaints. Now listen, we talk about a lot of stuff here, and we've been talking about the stimulus money, where it came from, national debt, and all of that, and I'm going to get to that. I'm going to ask patiently that you hang on there, and we're going to get to that because I want to re-examine it. But some people have been waiting, and I really want to take them. Christy, EF Tour trip leader, so this is why I need to take her. We've been getting a lot of complaints about EF Tours. It's a foreign company doing business in America, or offshore company, and it provides educational tours for schools now now in Denver, we have millions of dollars that were taken in deposits, but the trips were canceled, and they can't get their money back. Now, Deputy Doc, you read the conditions, right? There were certain conditions they could get. They get vouchers, right? They either get vouchers.
They said if your trip was before May 14th, you could get a refund but they were going to keep $1,000. If your trip was after May 14th, you were going to get your money back except for $500.
Why are they keeping a fee at all?
Because
Christy, what do you know, Christy?
Well, that's not the information that I had or that was given to my tour. We were scheduled to travel this coming Friday, May 1st. And the information they gave us was it was canceled, and the travelers could get either a full voucher for their amount, or they could take a cash refund, but it wasn't a full refund. It was monies paid minus $750 because we had airfare included in our tour.
Okay, and how do you guys feel about that?
Very upset.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. What are you doing about it?
Well, and in all honesty, I want to make sure that I'm clear. And this is actually being spearheaded by one of the parents for our group, and I'm just kind of, lending my support where I can. We've been calling and leaving emails for pretty much anybody we can get in touch with. And just recently, actually about a week and a half ago, found out that there's a class action lawsuit being done, I believe, in California, because, we're not alone, as you said. And we're just trying to get somebody to talk to us and listen so that they can, do the right thing.
I wonder how they do a class action with a company that's outside of the country.
That's a good question.
Yeah, Mark, you can sue. Yeah, you can sue. You can sue people that are outside the country. Now, whether or not they abide by the rulings, that's a big deal. What?
I'm reading directly.
I just think it's a big jurisdictional
Mark,
issue.
I'm reading directly from their FAQs as of April 22nd. On their website with FAQs.
What does it say? What do you mean?
It said exactly what I said. That if you they're holding either $1,000 or $500 back from the refund, depending upon when your trip is scheduled.
Okay.
Still.
Listen, it sucks. How many were in your group?
We had 28 people traveling total. 3 of those were teachers, and then 25 paid travelers.
How much did those 25 pay?
They were each approximately $2,400 a piece.
Holy crap.
Yeah, and we had some families that had 2 or 3 students going, or a mom and their child going. So,
goodness.
we're talking about a lot of money and, things that could really come in handy at a time like
listen,
this. So,
we want to take this on. Anything you can add to Daphne, we're opening a file on this, and I want Mark to just call him just to get to dialogue. Maybe we get someone to come on and talk.
I already did. I left a message.
Good, Mark. Thanks. Glenn wants to know about unemployment, and then we're going back to talk about national debt, and also how do we get out of it? Glenn, what did you need to know about unemployment?
Hey, thanks for your time. First of all, I'm a salaried employee that has been furloughed through July. But in addition to that, I also have my own business structured as an S-Corp.
Okay.
So am I technically unemployed, and can I make a claim?
Yes, if your S-Corp does what?
It's real estate.
Okay, if your S-Corp was affected negatively by COVID, and you made less than a certain amount of money, and you're employed less than a certain number of hours, yes, you can.
It's interesting. If he doesn't take payroll out of that S-Corp, I would assume he could with no issue.
Oh, yeah, but I assume are you taking any part of that S-Corp as a payroll?
Yes.
Okay. How much of it?
Probably maybe 20%. The rest passes.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything. What will it be for 2020 in numbers?
Oh, just about 20 grand.
Well, I'm sorry. That has to do with the stimulus check, not the unemployment. Never mind. On the unemployment front, hold on. I confused you. On the unemployment front, are you working, what's the number, Mark, 32 hours?
Yeah, you have to work at least 32 hours a month.
Or less.
If you work up, I think it's 36 actually, and you won't qualify.
Okay, so will you work in that S-Corp more than 36 hours a month?
A month?
Yes.
Or
is it a week, Mark, or a month?
It's a month. Or a week.
Okay, that's what I thought,
so,
a week. 36 hours a week.
So it would be 0 hours I'm working for my salaried position and less than 36 hours per week for the S-Corp.
Good. Next question.
Listen, all you got to do is just be honest when you fill it out.
They'll ask you these. What about the income, though, Mark? Isn't there an income cutoff or not?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I'm sure if he's making $100,000 a month, they're not going to give him unemployment. But
what if you're only working 4 hours? You've been cut back to 4 hours, but you're still making money. You know what, Daphne? We need to get someone, if not today, tomorrow, on the show about unemployment. There's got to be a representative from the state that can talk to the media and let us know. Really, I mean, it's a very logical thing. We can help them out a lot by getting the word out. So I think we should do that. So let's do it. 303-713-8255. After the break, I'm going to talk again to our numbers guy about the debt, about the national debt, about the budget, about the stimulus check, and how a dollar makes it around the economy. Right now, I'd like to talk to Frank Duran, the real estate man. Frank, is real estate still active? What's going on right now? We like to check with you.
Hey, Tom. Hey, this is great. I'll tell you, we have 5 new listings we're putting on is coming soon for the end of next week. Already getting calls for people that want to make offers. All they saw was the virtual tour. They have not physically been in the property. Now, we're doing those special walkthrough videos, which, are dynamic to look at, and already getting a lot of surge. So I think we're going to have a very active group of buyers when we go back to showing homes face-to-face.
That's good. Now, when you say you're doing the listings right now, coming soon, does it technically have to be coming soon?
No, it does not technically have to be coming soon. You could put them live. We're choosing to say coming soon just to have a little bit of build-up going into the momentum of the next weekend.
Okay. And when you are going to start showing homes, are you getting any directives on how it's being done?
We're still waiting on some clarification from headquarters. Our understanding is we'll be able to go back to personal showings, no open houses, of course, which I never do anyway. But at the same time, we're just waiting on a little bit of clarification. We should have that by tomorrow from headquarters.
And that's Frank Duran. Now, also buying, if someone's looking for a home, are you actively looking for them now? Can I call on that too?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, we have our very popular VIP buyer system you can find on our website, and we'll get you lists of properties that meet your criteria.
And that's Frank Duran, the realestateman.com, RE/MAX Alliance, 303-920-1622. 920-1622. More coming right up.
All right, Tom, you're clear. Hey, Tom, your ideal home loans in this break.
It's Ross Kaminsky, mornings at 6. Holy cow, do we have a...
Tom, you there?
First, Napolitano joining.
All right, about 35 seconds now.
Now, I just want you to ask you. I'm gonna put my headset on the counter and talk. This mic is so good. I think it's a lip mic. I honest to God don't think it'll pick up. I just want to see. I'm going to count to 10 down to the counter and back.
You only got like 20 seconds.
Ah, damn it. Okay. I wanted to test it just because sometimes you ask me if I'm here and I go, yeah.
Yeah, we can test it right after if you want.
Okay.
Schedule an online consultation.
All right, 10 seconds. Ideal home loans. Here you go.
3% off windows and siding.
And it's a long.
The community. A portion of every sale will be donated to Food Bank of the Rockies. We will overcome COVID-19. Call 1-800-GET-WINDOWS.
Ideal home loans for your next ideal home loan. And I call it ideal. Why? Because they are ideal. They are locally owned and operated for Colorado. They will put you in a better position each and every time, which means customizing the loan. You don't have to go back to 30 years every time. You can pick whatever term you want. And they take your credit, and even though you are approved, they go further steps to get you better pricing. In fact, when it comes to pricing, they are better. All you have to do is shop to find that out. They loan their own money. That means their rates are lower, usually than any other broker, because you see, Ideal Home Loans is a true lender. 303-867-7000. and that's idealhomeloans.com. They're an equal opportunity lender regulated by DORA NMLS 1367756. Terms and conditions at 84445 Ideal. Now, what you need to do is call them. The rates have never been lower, but you still get an interest rate guarantee. 867-7000.
You ever wonder
All right, great, clear.
from where do we find those first responders, those EMTs, med techs, nurses, and doctors who stood up every day for the front lines?
How about the grocery store workers, delivery drivers, and all those who are working through this crisis, putting others before themselves to keep our country running?
The truth is, we all do our part.
A wide range.
Out of groups, do all we can to stop this virus. We can
That happens with the virus?
I'm Steve Williams.
And I'm Shana Williams from Williams Jewelers of Inglewood.
Really?
I say thank you.
To all those on the front lines.
And to those of us at home. Together, we can do this.
Show your love.
Explanations medically are still anecdotal. There's no clinical.
In Inglewood, at Broadway and Bellevue, and right now online at Williams Diamonds.
Look up COVID toes.
Wow. Over 25 years of lifting sinking concrete across the front range. Advanced mud jacking. Traditional techniques that last. Guaranteed. Advanced mud jacking. 303-424-9441 or advancedmudjacking@yahoo.com.
Hey, it's Greg Hollenbach. Do you love hyper-local food and beverage?
Oh, he's out of business, isn't he?
Tune into Colorado's premier
Greg
food
Hollenbach.
show Saturday starting at 6 p.m.
I know, but his thing was the whole restaurant thing.
Shows can be
Who's Hollenbach? He used to be at Ward Office. And then he got his own show that, what's the name of the show?
He was assaulted by a host.
Which host?
Who was?
Greg Hollenbach.
Oh, he was?
Your buddy. He grabbed him by the bola, didn't he?
That's the lanyard.
Oh, is that the lanyard?
It was the case of the lanyard.
I thought it was a bola.
After everything else, we went our own way. Handmade with the highest quality leathers, sold only direct to you for a fair price, with free shipping, returns, and exchanges, and service that would make our grandmothers proud. Everything we do is for you. Find your pair at tecovas.com. That's TECOVAS.com. We know it's going to happen. The hot weather's going to come, and then people will clamor to get their ACs up and working. But now you can get your furnace and AC system completely checked and tuned up for just $79 before the rush. Plus, it's smart to catch things when they're small before they turn into big, expensive problems. Just
Wow, Walmart's down 230 today.
check and
Yeah, it's all over the fucking place.
What is it? Walmart.
Oh, we lost it. We didn't cash in, did we?
This report is sponsored by Upwork. When you need in-demand
See, Mark,
Buddies, back on in 30 seconds.
planes, what about planes?
100% chance for an evening shower with thunder shower. There's a chance of 50. I'm a meteorologist. Brooks Garner, Upwork has the world's largest
one
network
at Southwest
of
is the
independent
one that's
professionals, and I have an alphabetical list of them. Accountants, administrative assistants, animators, architects. You get the point. When you need in-demand talent on demand,
All right, 10 minutes, 10 seconds, here we go.
Denver's talk station. Available everywhere with the iHeartRadio app. Now #1 for podcasting. 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here at 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Oh, man.
We have a busy day. A busy day. Let's go back to the numbers, okay? Basically this. What happens when you have an economy that generates $10 billion a day in taxes, spends $13 billion a day in money? You add to a national debt, which is now $24 trillion. Of that national debt, thousands and millions of individuals around the world own it. So, what do you do? Is there anything wrong with growing the national debt? Why does that bother people so much? I guess if it grows too quickly, inflation. Is there an answer? One radical answer Chuck put forward. more of a think point than actually, you know, I don't know. If you took $24 trillion and printed it, and literally printed it and paid off the debt, would it cause massive inflation, or would you be surprised if now you had a true balanced budget and you now have satisfied creditors, and you have a flush Social Security system, which can now should be allowed to invest outside government? If you had all of this, would it actually make the dollar stronger? So, Chuck, you go. Do you tend to think we should just keep going the way we are, or do you think we should print the money to pay it off, or maybe print a little each year? I don't know. What is your take on this?
Well, we've consistently grown the debt since we started doing it back in the 1920s. And it is, right now, we have $100 trillion, that's a T, trillion dollars in assets owned by the United States. National parks, all the to go out to San Diego, unbelievable property.
What you're saying is, you're saying we have more than enough to back it up, is what you're saying. Exactly. On paper. On paper. But why then why does the national debt get so much attention?
Because people don't understand it, and it draws attention to it. No big deal. But right now, Tom, just on another point you were kind of making, in Denver, every dollar that comes into Denver circulates through Denver 5 to 7 times. Every dollar that comes into a farming community only really circulates for 1.5 to 2 times, because they have to buy all of their services and all their products from outside of the state, or outside of their area. They have to either buy it from Denver. They're buying a car. So like Roley's in a farming community. It's phenomenal what he's doing to Fort Lupton. It's tremendous.
Now, what do you say, Chuck, about what Mark said? You can give the $1,200 to anyone, because the idea is to get them to spend it, not to hoard it.
I hate us even spending it, but we're forcing people to stay home, and it is horrible that we're keeping everybody home. Right now, we have two...
No, but what do you think about that? Do you think stimulus money, as Mark said, look, the people who make more money may be apt to spend it more willy-nilly around the city and state and country, as opposed to people that may hoard it, who need it. I don't know. What do you think about the theory of giving stimulus money? You don't like giving stimulus money at all, is what you're saying?
Right now, we've been forced to it because we forced everybody to stay home.
All right.
That's what I'm saying. We should never have done it.
Yeah, but the point, Chuck, is why would you leave some people out? I mean, they left a lot of people out. It's called stimulus money. That just the name of it means go out and spend it.
Yeah, but would you want Warren Buffett getting a check, Mark?
Okay, Mark, how much more money do you want? Right now, they're going to have to keep on doing $2 trillion every single month till we put everybody go back to work. Is it another 3 months? Another $6 trillion added to our $24 trillion? And see, right now it's a $24 trillion. That's not taking into account the $2.2 trillion that they just printed 2 weeks ago or a month ago.
Look, man, I just don't think it's fair how they dealt it out. If you have a 19-year-old kid that's still claimed as a dependent, you don't get the $500, he doesn't get the $1,200. If you're married to somebody that's not from this country, but you actually were born here and have a Social Security, guess what? You don't get it. It's ridiculous how they came up with it.
We need to, this needs to be another conversation, but what you talking about, Willis?
Willis.
Mark, I don't even know how the hell you should even be concerned. Unless you guys must have done some very creative frickin' bookkeeping if you're thinking you're getting a stimulus check. And I'm not going to incriminate you live on the air.
I'm not getting a stimulus check, but it irritates the heck out of me, some of the people that don't get it. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Not myself.
No, your son, you're right. Your son should have rightfully gotten it. He works his ass off.
Same with Dan's kid.
But he won't get it.
My kid works 60 hours a week, and he's not going to get one.
Right, not because of income, but because you claimed him, right?
That's right.
Can you go back and not claim him on an amended return?
It would never make sense. It wouldn't make financial sense.
Okay, what were you going to say?
It's so political. They don't want to give money to millionaires and billionaires.
Of course, and they shouldn't. I don't think they should.
when the campaign gets back in November or October, whenever it is, they're going to be pointing fingers that you gave money to millionaires and billionaires.
Yeah, of course. That never is going to look good or feel good no matter what. So
No,
okay.
but they gave money. Wait a minute, guys. They offered money to Harvard. Thank God they're giving it back, but they had $40 billion
in their endowment.
So Harvard could get it, but my kid can't.
I don't even want to get into colleges. They piss me off so much. I don't even want to get into it. So let's talk about what else do you have to say, Chuck, before we cut you loose?
I'm good, Tom. That was very good.
No, I love your input. So feel free. If you just call
Hey, Chuck, do you still have that tail dragger?
Oh,
I do.
Yeah. Okay.
Holy, that's like the jalopy of airplanes.
It's classic, wonderful, antique, beautiful. It really
Classic,
is.
like
it's
like
wonderful.
I-10.
No, anyway, listen. Here's the deal. We just for the pilots among us, okay, very quickly. That plane flies so slowly that in a really big headwind, we have actually gone backwards. Now, I know that you think, I'm not kidding. You could fly into the wind and go backwards. 303-713-TALK, thank you. If anyone has anything they need, give us a call. Thomas, you're next, and let's take you right now. In fact, we don't have to take a break. You want to talk about a friend with Parkinson's. What's going on, sir?
Yeah, I've got a friend who used to go to the gym every day. He's got Parkinson's. To stay in shape, and exercise is one thing that helps Parkinson's patients. And since they closed the gyms, he can't go. Pretty depressed, and he used to ride mostly just a stationary bike, but he doesn't have one. And I'm trying to find a decent, gym-style stationary bike for him that we can borrow or rent or something, and just until he can get back into the gym.
Okay, so that's all.
Got to be listeners.
Is that all you
right
need?
Now that have one.
That's all you need is a stationary bike.
A decent station. I don't want somebody's 1970 cast off, but a decent stationary bike for this guy to ride until he can get back to the gym.
And he has Parkinson's, so it's important. You know what? You give us the information. Let's try to get this done. I mean, when he gets back to the gym, he's proposing he gives it back then?
Yeah.
Can you pick it up and bring it to him if we find somebody with one?
Yep. Yeah, sure can.
Okay.
There we go.
You'll go pick it up
Email
and bring
us.
it back. He wants to borrow it. He has Parkinson's disease. He wants to use it while he can't get to the gym. And you know what? We ought to be able to do this. Anyone with a stationary bike. 303-713-TALK or 303-MARTINO, of course, or help@troubleshooter.com. More coming up.
Why doesn't he just get a bike?
Hey, Tom, you see your Joe Lazaro?
Yes, sir.
Denver's top.
All right, it's going to about 55 seconds.
On it, too.
I think he should just get a bike.
Denver.
Why is he doing it like my mother can't get balance.
No impact traffic.
When you need internet talent on the move.
That's what I mean. I'm wondering, if he's down, he'll be able to pick it. It doesn't be terrible in balance.
A bit of delay there if you can just avoid that area altogether until they get
Most Parkinson people aren't that.
What is happening is a power trip and a power play.
36. Watch out for road work approaching Pecos. Right lane blocked there. Eastbound I-70.
You have one, Mark.
2 left lanes are going for bridge work.
A bike, stationary bike.
And of course,
really? I thought you
getting by on the
treadmill. That's right. Treadmill.
Forecast. Well, it's going to be sunny skies, breezy with a high of 68. Right now, cloudy at 62. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Pete Wagner.
That's something better for him. Get outside.
All right, so here we go. About 10 seconds. You ready? And then professionals. And I have an alphabetical list of them.
Doc said that.
Ready to
Mark said the same thing. You got a pretty bad
Upwork is
He may be old enough.
Joe Lazara is a criminal defense attorney. We heard him on the other day. Some guy got charged with a crime and he needed help quickly. Joe Lazara is there. He can take you on flat rate pricing. That means you're not charged with every phone call and everything he does. He tells you up front what it's going to cost. He's very reasonable, and he will fight for you. For DUIs, for shoplifting, assaults, anything that happens when life doesn't go perfectly. Listen, it happens, all right? And if you're listening, you know you can call Joe, 303-429-6200, 303-429-6200, LazaraLegal.com. By the way, that is 2 Z's and 1 R, LazzaraLegal.com. And Joe has been with me from day one. And I know he's helped many, many people. 303-429-6200.
If you're one of them, all right, you're clear. Or your immune defense with vitamin C and vitamin D, look no further. Purity Products, a leading provider of cutting-edge nutraceuticals since 1990.
What is happening?
To introduce our new once-daily Essential Immunity Formula. Essential Immunity is your 1 capsule a day immune super formula.
Did you want to show me something?
This study that CNN and MSNBC
Which is
are touting is so political.
What is it? What study? I'll look at it.
It's 233% better retained. It gets in faster.
Anyway,
But Essential
I'll look at
Immunity
it.
does more. It
I'll tell you about it. If you can't find the study, I'll tell you about it for the next question.
Okay.
And get started for less than
It's political.
Even better,
It's so
get free
political.
and a free
So
bottle of Beach
CNN
Energy Mounts.
and
Don't miss out. Call now.
are touting the study that there were more deaths with hydrochloroquine. So what it was, they did, there was a VA hospital, they threw to the patient. They didn't control for age, they didn't control for when they got it, they didn't control for the dose, they didn't control for a million different variables. So you don't know when they got it, what the dose was, how frequently they got it, how many days they got it. It was just CNN and MSNBC, a Trump, right, pure cancer, they would yell at him because he took all these jobs away from health. The study wasn't published, wasn't peer reviewed, and there are a million reasons why the study was invalid. I believe that. CNN is coming out and saying hydrochloroquine kills people. Right. Right. Just like they came out and said that after that lady, guy took that apartment cleaner.
6400. ExcelRoofing.com.
iHeartMedia knows small businesses across the country are facing new challenges during the
Most of the news medias are only there
We put together the
for
iHeartRadio
people,
Small
for
Business
anti-Trump people. The study was garbage. Well, I mean, they're only there for anti-Trump people. I think they have facts.
stimulus loans, grants, and other financial aid. We also shine a spotlight on small businesses doing good right now. Visit iHeart.com/smallbusiness to learn more. That's iHeart.com/smallbusiness.
Even the study itself,
Your small business
when they, at the end of, they have a discussion about the results, even the people who reported that said it was basically anecdotal and
the other guys, and you know
had a lot of things they need control
they
for.
own their own excavation company. They own their own equipment. They don't have to outsource it and take the markup. These
You
guys
give people hydrochloroquine or anything, when you just start ready to go on a ventilator, it's not going to do any good.
Actually, Clinton said it did help his brother-in-law for a while, because he just had too many things. He was really bad.
But the point is, you don't know when they gave it, you don't know what the dose was, how many days they got it, what their status was at the time of administration, whether or not they gave it with erythromycin.
Right. No, I agree.
When you need a plumber, call
The
these
study
guys.
was garbage.
They're only there for one reason.
They had Trump to read.
It's really, that's the only.
But to go on the air and cite this at all, with any credibility, is
Or check them out and read.
it's criminal.
This is Dave Logan from the law offices of Dan Campus.
Guys, I gotta go talk to
To who?
All right, guys, we're back.
I'm Tom Martino.
Your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Welcome to the show. Let's talk and see what we can do for you. Okay, now, Susan has a question. Go ahead, Susan. What's going on? And we're going to go back to Thomas just to get his information. Hold on, Daphne. You wanted to know what to do with Thomas. He has a friend who needs a stationary bike who has Parkinson's until he gets back to the gym, and we want to know if anyone has one to lend, a stationary bike for this guy. Thomas will go pick it up and deliver it back when they're done with it, and then we'll do the background check to make sure everything's cool. If someone wants to donate it, we'll check out the story and make sure it's true. So, Daphne, that's all we need on that one is information.
I got his information,
okay, thanks.
so we're
okay,
good.
Cool. Susan, now you want to talk about the money. Go ahead, Susan. What's happening?
Hi.
Hi.
I've been listening to you forever and ever, and I know
thank
you way back when lost a lot of money in the development.
Oh my God!
Investments.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, and so my husband died about 5-6 years ago, and I've got over $1 million that I need to do something with, and I was with a financial planner and for 10 years, and he didn't. I just thought I'd.
So
change,
right now,
but
where is the money right now, dear? Where is it?
It's in my credit union, getting 0.5%.
Okay.
And
0.5. Right now, you understand. Just there are several banks just that'll right now just give you 2%, and that 2%'s been for a while. And that's just a start, and then from there you start investing. But just so you know, there are bank accounts that'll do 2%.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
In fact, I have a few. And I'm not saying you do that right away. I'm just saying that I absolutely.
No, I wanted to do.
Okay, I have.
I'm making something.
Let me see my bank here. I'm looking at it, and I'll show you in a second here when But there are there are some online banks. Okay, let me just get some though, and they're good ones. I'm not talking about like some crazy crap here. BioDirect, Brio Direct. I'm sorry, Brio Direct. I do, and Brio Direct is cool, man. It's solid, and they're owned by another big bank. I forget the name, but Sterling National Bank. And then I have another one. What the hell? I have another one. I'm trying to think of what it is. But you really should look on these. If you go to bankrate.com or some of these other rating places, they have the names of the places that you can get. And they're really good.
But I'm scared to death because I have lost a lot of money, like $500, with a scam or a Ponzi scheme, and so I'm scared.
Oh, no. Obviously, the bank is not your investment strategy. If you have $1 million, okay, everyone has an idea. You are not the type and should never just put it in an Ameritrade account and start trading. What you need to do is get a good financial advisor, and we have excellent financial advisors on the referral. APO Financial, I love these guys. They are really, really good guys, and they know what they're doing, okay? That's a really good thing to do. And how old are you right now?
70. I'll be 70 in a couple months.
Okay. Do you want income or growth?
Growth right now. I want to replace the $400 or $500 I lost in the Ponzi scheme, and then I'll just take it.
Okay.
I've got
now remember.
Horses, so I will need something.
Okay.
To take care of the horses.
I understand. You have to think about income at your age, though, right? You don't have any income.
Right.
All right. Income.
Well, Social Security. Yeah.
Right. And you want to get back your you want to get to 1.5 and then start looking at income. You want to do aggressive growth, right? I don't think it's wise at 70. Did you say 70?
I am.
I don't know. That's just if you were my sister, I'd say.
Mother or sister.
Well, no, you're not old enough to be my mom. I don't think. No, of course you're not. Yeah.
No.
So here's the deal. I would say you need to look into some annuity products. You can get some really good income on annuity products. You really can right now.
Is your house paid off?
I owe $300 on it.
That's
you might want. I mean, that's a lot of interest each month.
How much equity do you have in your house?
I'm guessing that it's worth. Well, it's not the house; it's the property. I've got 18 acres up here in Longmont in Boulder County, and it's probably worth about.
You're a horse nut.
100,000.
You're a horse nut.
The 19 Andalusians, yes.
Yep.
I called you right after my husband died.
Yeah, you know you're one of those, and that means that you're not going to sell anything anyway. You're going to live like that. You want to take care of your horses. I don't know how much you can take care of them once you're dead. Is that what you're talking about? A trust for that?
Well, that and if I run out of money, I need to have a. I mean.
Oh yeah. When you say
it's costing me $100,000 a month or a year, $100,000.
Well, how are you living right now, dear? How do you live right now?
I've been making it, and if I need hay, which is like $40,000.
How do you make the money? How are you making money right now? Is what I'm asking.
I've got Social Security, I have VA benefits, and then I have a rental. but I only get 1,000 for.
So your total yearly,
a year.
if you take your total yearly income and your total savings, is not your savings, I'm sorry, your total yearly income and your total yearly expenses, are you running a deficit, or do you have to or a surplus, and is that deficit coming out of your savings?
I guess it must be coming out of savings, because I lost $900 a month that I was receiving. I lost that. So, and then I was doing okay, but I still have to go into my savings a lot. Not a lot, but if my taxes went up $1,000 on the property.
How about if you
here?
paid off your mortgages, though? If you paid off the mortgages, would you be cash flow positive?
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was thinking, because I just called a reverse mortgage person, Bruce Simmons.
You don't have enough equity. And you're not old enough. I don't think. First of all, call Approval Reverse. They'll tell you if it's good.
She's old enough.
Yeah, you know, but listen, but she's not going to get what it's worth because of the land. They're not going to do it. They're going to consider 5 acres in the
5 acres.
Yeah, 5 acres in the house, and you're not going to get everything. You're just not going to get it. It's not. You're going to get about, what did they say? About 100,000 if you're lucky.
Yeah. If I'm lucky.
If you're lucky.
This is like a prefab house. The house is worth nothing. 400,000 at the most, probably.
Right.
At the most.
Right.
No, but you have roughly $1 million, right?
I do have $1 million.
Why wouldn't you pay off the $300 or whatever you owe on the house? Then you should be cash flow positive, and you're saving that interest.
That's one.
That's what I wanted
By
to do.
the way, that's not a bad idea. What Mark says, a lot of people think it's better to have a loan and have money. What interest are you paying on that loan right now?
3.25.
Okay, you're not bad. Listen, if you paid off, just put it this way, whatever you pay off that you're paying, you're earning. So if you pay off that $300, then by not paying that 3.5%, it's like earning it on that money. And then you take the rest of the balance. This is what I would do. I'd pay off my loan. This is what I would do. Pay off my loan, buy an annuity. That's what I would do. And I would do a really good income annuity at this point, because I wouldn't care about the lump sum. That's what I would do. Now, you have cash in the property, you know, you have equity, and you have an annuity creating income along with your Social Security and other income. You should be able to crack the nut. That's what I would do.
And that's an indexed or a fixed index?
Now hold on. When it comes to annuities, that's right, you talk to a really good person who doesn't want to rake you over the coals with income for themselves, okay? So you go to our referral list, a really good annuity for you. I would talk to APO Financial or Become the Banker. Not Become the Banker for a life insurance thing, not in your situation, but for an income annuity. Just go to people you can trust and talk to them. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Roger has a comment on the stimulus. Go ahead, Roger. What's happening?
Yeah, Tom.
Hey.
Mark, I think probably a better way to explain the spending is, what's better, A or B? A, you got someone who's behind, lives paycheck to paycheck, is behind on their rent and their car payment. So the car payment's going to go to the bank. The rent's going to go to the landlord, who's likely going to pay their mortgage, and that's going to go to an investor who holds that mortgage outside the country. Or you got B, someone who makes enough money, they were able to keep their bills paid up. Now they're going to go out and eat. Wife's going to go out and get her hair done, and they're going to spend money at local businesses.
That's what Mark was saying. That's what he was saying. That the stimulus, if truly you want to stimulate the economy, give it to people who aren't going to hoard it or if you do give it to them, fine, but give it to other people who will spend it like you're talking about. That's exactly what he said. I think, right, Mark? I'm not putting words in your mouth.
That's right.
That's
exactly. Mortgages and rent.
Yeah. Instead of
this
is how I've put it in the past. Instead of the many paying the few, you want the many paying the many, and that's really the way it should be. Okay,
you got to get the small businesses going. Hey, real quick, that woman, by paying off that $300,000, she would save about $1,000 a month in interest.
That's amazing. Plus, if she got a really good annuity, Mark, she would run positive every month and have equity in her home to tap in an emergency when she's really older.
Yeah, but she'd never, if she ever had to access that cash, you know how that goes. But I don't know her
No,
circumstance.
I'm saying, here's what I would do. And then she holds on till she's 80, and then she has a paid-off house. She can go to a reverse loan then. So she has a pretty good retirement plan. 303-713-8255. Get your calls in right now. I'll take your other calls coming up.
Clear, Tom? You got your full of law during this break, Tom?
How long when? I mean, 30 when?
50 seconds.
Okay, gotcha, thanks.
Big delays in the construction areas across town. Eastbound I-70 approach.
Chemistry major in college, and
She's here back if there's any errors that you want to say. Okay.
It was my original.
Because I noticed you nothing.
Okay, but.
So he's a credible source?
Oh, yeah, for information.
You could borrow from it.
If that's what you're talking about.
Easy this afternoon.
No, I'm just curious, you know.
Yeah, I mean, he knows what he's talking about. He's really a smart guy.
Tomorrow, a good chance of showers throughout the day with a high of 57. Right now, it's cloudy in Denver at 62. With your impact.
Yeah, I'll bet your house payments are like $1,200 at least.
Upwork is the world's largest network of proven independent professionals. And I have an alphabetical. All right, here we go. Accountants, administrative assistants, animators, architects. When you need in-demand talent on demand, Upwork is how.
Fuller Law is a personal injury firm. John Fuller is at the head. John Fuller will answer your questions. Don't go making call after call to people and getting all this different information. First, at least call John. He's a great guy. Get free legal advice and information when you need it the most, right when it happens. So attend to your injuries, then call him. He'll give you advice, and that'll be good advice. And if he thinks he can help you and you hire him, he will only collect after collecting for you. That's personalinjuryco.com, 303-597-4500.
Are you curious?
I see stuff at 256.
Social Security
The loans?
analysis. Kurt Cambier.com. That's Kurt with a K. CAMBIER.com.
Why would you bother giving KurtCambier.com? That's Kurt with a K and then T-A-M. Why bother doing that? Just get another fucking website. Jesus Christ, people are idiots.
Cambridge and Centennial Capital Partners are not affiliated.
They're so hell-bent on having their name. That's right.
Windows and doors.
You know, I got an annuity when I was 70. And I'm collecting on, and I don't know, give you 7 or 8%. But it's a great return.
But there'll be nothing left when you're done.
Right.
No, don't you say your son gets what's left.
No, I took a couple $100,000 and bought an annuity, just so I have an income. And he gets everything else.
Turn the mic off.
He'll get the house, he'll get my
And you simply want to be treated well. That's what I'd want too.
And Dad, I know that's why we've done our best over the years to make their wants our objective.
You bet, Todd. So folks, if you're ready, we're ready to serve you. Whether it's a fresh new look in your kitchen or bath, or the warmth and quiet of replacement windows, call us. You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right. 303-722-2295, 800-362-8370, or drhi.com.
Don't miss out on some of the all-time lowest interest rates. You can still buy or refi with Ideal Home Loans, safely, remotely, securely, locally owned and operated. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino, and I don't take my recommendations lightly. Brent Ivinson started Ideal in Colorado just about 20 years ago, and he's more committed than ever to doing loans at the lowest rates and costs in the market because he controls the entire process and loans his own money. As a direct mortgage lender, he has a streamlined process that can be done entirely online and on the phone. Get started today at 303-867-7.
And we said hi to it's tied to the market. Oh, it is. So the risk will go up, but it can't go down.
He can make you a better deal, and all it takes on.
So really, how many years would you have to, let's say, you get 1,500 a month, that's how much a year?
For your next Ideal Home Loan,
That's $18,000 a year.
idealhomeloans.com. 303-867-7000.
I tell you.
There will be parties again soon, and family gatherings. There'll be parades and sporting events and concerts. To help our communities when they come back together, respond to the 2020 census now. Spend a few minutes online today to impact the next 10 years of health.
So almost 17 years at 0%,
Respond online
you could have
today
taken that money out of there.
tomorrow brighter. Shape your future.
You should have bought like a really good dividend stock.
Right now.
Yeah, but that portion, between that and my social security, I'm not even close to what I was saying.
Really? That and your social security?
Yeah, but I have a bigger nut to crack, I think.
Well, you don't have any kids going to
I
college.
got child support, college, I have my airplanes and all that shit.
Yeah.
We're here for
My car's paid for, my house is paid for.
News.com.
Annuity.
Hi, Brian.
Oh, I see what you're talking about. You're talking about the,
Oh, Mark, I'm talking about legal stuff, Mark. I'm doing it right now. But what I'm saying is I got an annuity that paid, I don't know, maybe 7 or 8%. So I'm getting $14.50 a month that's tied to the stock market. The market and cost of living. So if the stock market goes up, it increases. If the stock market goes down, I don't lose anything. It's a fixed payment.
So
inflation increases by what inflation? Yeah, so it's tied to the inflation rate.
Right here in the closet.
Yeah. But it can't go down. So I can't get less than what I'm getting now. But, you know, that, the lease between that and my social security, I'm running in the black. I have no expenses.
From iHeartRadio.
Denver's top.
You know, my house is paid for, my car is paid for, my son's 33, I don't have a dog, don't have a girlfriend. You need a dog. I need a girlfriend.
303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Okay, listen, if you have anything to add to our discussion, please call us at any time. We love to hear it. Anything at all. Now, Nick, this is serious. Go ahead, Nick. I'm not sure what we can do for you. Go ahead, except I don't know if you have a worry. Nick, what's happening, Nick?
Are you there, Tom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, the beginning of April, the landlord has us over and says that he's not going to be renewing the lease. It has nothing to do with payment or nothing like that. We're up to date and all that stuff. They decided that they're going to go ahead and get a divorce right now, and the ex-wife needs that house back.
Okay.
Now, well, I'm married. We're both disabled on Social Security. I have a kid in high school and another one in college, both home online schooling. We are in a, under quarantine, stay home.
Yeah, well, okay, where are we going with all this right now? You're being evicted?
Yeah, we have to move out. We have to move out during all this.
Is it because of that? What is the reason for the eviction? Because there are evictions going on, but not COVID related. What is the reason for the eviction?
They're getting a divorce.
Okay. Well, tell me why you think you can do anything about that.
Well, that's why I'm calling to get your advice.
Okay. When do they say, this sucks, man? When do they say you have to be out of there?
May.
May. Okay. Do you have money to move?
We have our refund from our taxes we have to use.
Okay. And do you have a lease with them? Are they breaking the lease, or are they doing it? No,
if we can find a place, they'll go ahead and let us out of it.
Okay, so I don't get it. What if you say, no, I don't want to be, I have a lease? Why? How can you can't be evicted if you aren't in breach.
The lease is up in May, and basically they're saying we're not going to re-sign the lease.
Oh, it's in May. Okay, I didn't know. Okay, I get it. So they'll let you out early, but you're out anyway. I thought maybe if you had more left on the lease, you could force them to honor it. But I get you. No matter what, the lease is up in May. So whether you leave early, or not, you have to be out by May. So the advice, what were you hoping you would hear? Something like they're not allowed to do that during the shutdown or during the pandemic? Unfortunately that's not the case. Okay. And really, you're not being evicted. Truly, you're not. They're not renewing your lease, and they don't have to. You're in the worst of positions at this point. You see, technically, if you were paying, and then you stop paying because of COVID, you'd have more probably rights to stay than you do now because you're doing everything correctly.
Right.
So I don't know. The quick answer is I don't see how you stop the eviction based on the shelter in place or the COVID pandemic. I don't see it.
Right.
I mean, I just don't see it. You could go to court and argue, but why go through an eviction process on your record? All you have to do is find a place right now and move. It's the end of your lease. And, it's not going to be hard to find a place right now.
In Colorado, there is nothing out here.
In what part of Colorado?
Eastern Colorado, out east.
Where is it?
Close to Kansas, Yuma County.
Oh, my goodness. Phew. Is this guy going to sell the place? What are they going to do with it when they divorce?
No, they're getting a divorce, and the ex-wife needs the house to move into.
Oh, she actually has to live there. And it's not big enough where you can even rent part of it?
No. I have a family of 4. It's a 3-bedroom house.
God. Listen, if anyone has any ideas for you, we'll pass them on. I don't know what to tell you, man. That you're at the end of your lease, so they can do it. Whether or not you can find something's another story, and I take it you can't move. Yuma County, I'm Tom Martino. More coming up.
High-end luxury.
That really sucks.
Price. How about fantastic customer service too? You need my.
That really sucks.
But what has he been doing for the past 22 days? He was told April 1st that they're not going to renew the lease. Has he been looking for 22 days? That's a good point. Because if he has, and they can't find something, that's really a serious problem.
Starting at 6 p.m. right here on K-House. And don't forget, past shows can be heard on the modernator.com.
HD2 Denver.
Really?
Yeah. Denver's
When you have bites, you can do dog bites. Probably because people just went out and adopted new dogs.
I don't know, I think because pet owners are mostly at home, closer
States around the country are on different trends.
Why would I get dog bites?
Coronavirus cases and the economy.
I think that's what you said, Dan, because they adopted these dogs that haven't been trained. And that could be, because people are adopting a lot of dogs. I've never had a dog that would have bit me.
Social distancing and preparation for what happens more
If it comes back in the fall, then it comes back with the normal.
And I used to fight with the dogs, play fight.
It's problematic because you're quote-unquote testing for the flu and you're testing for COVID.
It must not taste
The other
good.
battle, the economic fallout from the pandemic. 4.4 million people filed for unemployment benefits last week. House lawmakers are in session ahead of the vote.
The more I think of this unemployment, it just pisses me off.
Relief package. Maxine Waters of California says
Oh, there's
she's
a dumb
dedicating
bitch.
the legislation to her sister, who is
Maxine
dying in a
Waters?
hospital. This is ABC News. For the first time in the U.S., pet
What does Trump call her? Low IQ, Maxine. I think that's so funny. She is. You gotta love the guy.
Hey, Mark, on the production of a media kit, what did you give to them?
ABC's Trevor Ault.
On the production of a media kit.
Associated with COVID-19. While states talk about reopening, business owners are looking at ways to keep their employees safe. Now there's a plan that's
But did you do it?
distance. The social safety
They say they don't have it. They said they want any media kit. They don't have it. Well, do you have my most recent one?
A beep will change the screen color to remind us all to back up.
I can't get it today. I mean, I'll get it.
Adrian Bankard, ABC News.
I mean,
I predicted you'd say that. Okay, what will I say next? Probably something about cybersecurity. Impressive and freaky. CDW can implement secure Hewlett-Packard Enterprise Gen 10 servers that improve speed and performance while reducing
costs. See, predictable.
IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
I'll predict a web address.
CDW.com/HPE.
I'm in your mind, man.
Okay, I got this one reviewed.
Like your email every 10 seconds, or your ex's Instagram. But what about checking something as important as your credit? Well, Discover makes it quick, easy, and best of all, free. Discover is now offering FICO credit scores, the score used by 90% of top lenders for free, even if you're not a customer. Checking your score won't hurt your credit.
Do I have to sign any of these? Is that why you're sending them to me?
Credit scorecard, free for everyone. Learn more at discover.com.
Does he gotta sign these things?
Is there anything I need to sign? No, I want you to, if you can. I mean, I'll do it if it's easier, Mark. Whatever you want. Just, see, I don't know why some of this stuff is sent to me. That's why I'm looking to see.
He's optimistic that things are going to look a lot different. Schools will be the final way to keep social distancing measures in place, and students may have to continue virtual learning after this school year is finished.
That's Chuck Clark reporting. National Jewish Health in Denver will start offering COVID-19 antibody tests tomorrow. Dr. Jay Finnegan.
A lot of people. Boy, I hope that Portia. I hope she does something. She sounds like she's been sitting on her hands.
There's a lot of people that had very mild symptoms, and then there's a lot of people that had no.
Portia? She's got she's got what $250,000 of equity in her house.
Oh, what did I talk to her?
You told her that she's got to do that. I mean, she could do many different things. You know, if she's old enough to do reverse mortgage. Even if she would sell it to Homevestors or Frank Duran, she'd be better off with them for
Mark, I don't see anything here to sign or anything. I don't even know why they sent it to me. Okay, there's some shit here that doesn't have any reason to be sent to me, so I'm looking at it. So that's good, though. That's good. I already reviewed it. And it's good. So I'm just going to do away with it.
Your forecast for today, partly to mostly cloudy this afternoon, with some gusty winds will cool off.
I think Jesus, I can find one, Mark. I don't want to be a hard time. Let me just find, for my endorsement.
It's 63 right now. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Judy on the road, 630 KM.
Ah, shit, I hate this fucking...
has the world's largest network of proven independent professionals, and I have an medical.
Yeah, let me just see what... Mark, I'll get something done here. Hold on a second.
When you need in-demand talent...
Let me just look at this other shit we have.
Are you tired of experiencing risk and tired of paying high fees for commissions even when you lose money? How would you like to participate in stock market gains, but never stock market losses? Al Martinez, host of Retirement and Income Radio,
specializes in that one. I got that, John.
Strategies with guaranteed principal, guaranteed growth, and income you can never outlive. No market risk strategies can help you recover losses without future market risk. Shouldn't some of your retirement money be safe from market risk? Call radio host Al Martinez for your complimentary virtual review by phone or webinar, and ask for a copy of Al's Retirement and Rescue Income Kit at 844-857-7233. That's 844-857-7233. Call right now.
Mark, I'm going to send back to you
save your retirement at
the two that I reviewed, and I'll send it straight to him.
844-857-7233. 844-857.
Back on in 30 seconds, gentlemen.
Deal with a new way of life. Denver's tax station wants to help you pay your bills. Listen for up to 12 chances every day to text and win $1,000. Sponsored by Wind River Spas on 630 KHOW. If you're stuck at home, do what I did and get a new hot tub from Wind River Spa.
Hey, 10 seconds. Here we go, guys.
Build and price your hot tub online, have it delivered right to your home while supporting a Colorado family-owned business. Learn more at windriverspas.com. This is the Troubleshooter.
Hello, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the only show of its kind anywhere. We are here to help you solve problems, to answer questions, to take complaints, to make your life just a little easier. All you have to do is call us. And you can call us 24/7 at 303-MARTINO. That's 303-627-8466. You realize it's really the only show on the radio that doesn't try to sway you? We really don't. Even when we do talk political, it's not to try to, convince you who's right and who's wrong or what you should do. Because in the realm of help, it doesn't matter what you do with your own life and beliefs and politics. If we can help you, it doesn't matter. We need to help everyone, right? It's such a cool concept that I've been doing in Denver alone 40 years. So let's go to the phones. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Sherry, go ahead, Sherry. You want to talk about stimulus, and then Joy wants to talk about stimulus, and then other things as well. Go ahead, Sherry. What is your comment or question on the stimulus?
This might really set Mark off.
Uh-oh.
I have a friend, she's 58, and she's from Seattle, born there, and for about the last 20 years, she's lived in Australia. She hasn't lived in the U.S. at all, and she got a stimulus check.
Why?
Well, if she was still a citizen, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, she still has to pay taxes here.
Okay.
Well, she doesn't work, though. I mean, she hasn't worked in the last 20 years either. So, I mean, I don't know why she got it, and it's not stimulating our economy. She lives in Australia. She's spending it there.
Yeah, that's stupid. I mean, that is stupid. I agree. It's stimulus money for us.
Yeah, that does defy there. That does defy. So, okay. So what do we do about it? Let's call the cops. Let's call
put another shrimp on the barbie.
Let's call this. Thanks for the comment, though, Sherry. That is a pain, and that they should be more selective on that. Joy, what do you have to say about it, Joy?
Hi.
Hey.
I'm trying to find out where to enter my banking information, and on the website.
Aunt knows. Ask Aunt.
I'm here.
Yeah, where?
It is if you go to irs.gov.
Well, let me tell you the details. So I pay taxes, and they cannot use the account that I use to pay taxes. They can only use an account to get a refund.
That's right.
And it says,
but there's a place to go. There is a place to go and to file that, though, dear. There is a place to do that.
It says
we're going to tell you.
However, the only place I can find is for non-filers, and it says clearly, do not use this portion if you file, and I clearly file.
Have you already filed your 2019 taxes?
No, I've done them. I owe zero, but I have not filed them.
If you haven't filed your 2019 taxes, you need to do what Ant's going to tell you to do, and you'll get it. But you have to do it.
Yeah, if you haven't filed your taxes yet for 2019, then you are technically a non-filer. So you would go to that non-filers option and enter in your information as if you're doing like your taxes for your 2019. You'll just enter all your bank information in there. Since you have not filed taxes, you're technically still a non-filer.
If you haven't filed 19, use the non-filer. Interesting.
That makes sense.
That's my whole question.
That does make sense, but it is confusing. I can see why you were confused on that.
Yep.
Yeah, that is.
I absolutely file every year.
Yeah, exactly. So you're not calling yourself a non-filer, but they're talking for that 1 year. Thanks for clearing that. That is really good information, actually. So thank you, Ants. We appreciate it. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. For those who was thinking it was simply a pretty face, nothing could be further from the truth. All right, let's continue here before he disconnects my mic. Okay. Mike has a rant. Go ahead, Mike. What's your rant? I love rants.
Tom,
I love rants.
I got two rants.
Yeah.
About the state of Colorado. The first one is my wife and I have been in the Colorado State Foster Adopt system for 15 years. We've had our fingers printed. I can't even count how many times, but we just adopted a child last November, and so we had to get our fingerprints done again. My wife wants to open up a daycare, and she has to get a state license. They are demanding, and we paid, fingerprints in the house again, and it's $50 per person. So we had to pay $150 in November. They have our fingerprints on file for the last 15 years from multiple other times, and we had to do it again just last week. Ridiculous.
What a waste. There should be a place there should be a place, what you're saying, and I agree, there should be a place to consolidate this information to be tapped, right?
I think there is. DMV,
they're
right?
taking advantage of our money, and there's no need for it. They have it for both agencies. The state of Colorado has it, and both agencies that are required it, two different agencies, are the state of Colorado, and it's just not right. So the second thing, licensing. They're requiring CPR. We had to be CPR certified to adopt. We did our classes 6 months ago, and they are requiring us to do CPR again because the agency will not recognize the vendor that we used, we're not using one of their vendors, and yet it's still the state of Colorado, 2 different agencies, and it costs us money again to get recertified.
That sucks. I mean, that is stupid. But that's government, you know?
But it's taking advantage. That's costing me $600 in 6 months for the state of Colorado that already has all of our information. It's not reasonable. It's unreasonable. It's gouging. My other rant, real quick, I would like you to take a video, you personally or Mark, from I-25 westbound on the new C-470 and tell me why they had to put in 2 express lanes with the 2 existing lanes when they could have done 3 lanes of the taxpayer and 1 express lane for the rich guy. It is ridiculous what they did to C-470 and how they could have made it 3 lanes.
Revenue.
We don't have to pay.
Actually, it is ridiculous. I'll go with you on that. I like this guy. He's got some good rants going. And they're not pointless rants like Mark does. They have some substance.
Please take the time and go do a video on it. That's all I ask, and share it with your people. Put it on your Facebook page, because when you drive down, it's opening up right now. When you drive down from I-25 westbound to Morrison, it'll blow your mind how much wasted concrete and how many lanes they could put in there and how it could be useful for everybody.
You could make that same argument with that Boulder Turnpike, though. That thing, every time I ever drive up to Boulder, those lanes are like empty and the other lanes are they're congested.
Yeah, just put a video out there, Mark, please. That's all I ask. Put it on your Facebook page. Share with everybody, because it's unacceptable. It's our money. It's our government, and they're doing it on purpose for us commuters.
They're doing it so guys like Tom can drive in their own private lane.
I'm not saying they can't have one. I'm saying that they should have 3 lanes for the taxpayer and 1 express lane, because that's all they need.
I get you, man. No, I really do. And you bring up some good points. In fact, I like your rants. You must be going around looking for them. I like it. Hey, let's talk to Les. He says his HOA is stealing money. Les, let's talk about this.
Okay, Tom. Yeah, thanks. We got an HOA over here that's hijacked this condominium complex. They don't change a light bulb. They don't hardly do anything small. They wouldn't put a stamp on an envelope that they have to send you because it's going to cost the association too much money. But they'll come up with.
Are they actually stealing? Are they actually stealing money? I think you told Daft. Are they actually stealing money?
Indirectly, they're using their own little personal contracting company to come in here and get paid to do these jobs that don't really need to be done. Like the stairwells, they told us 5 years ago they need to be replaced. They went and got a $700,000 loan.
So they're mismanaging. You're saying they're mismanaging money more than anything.
Oh, well, then they do it again. A couple of months ago, they said, "Oh, we need stairs again." The first time when they put in for the stairwell job and got the $700,000 loan, they turned around and they did the siding instead. Because the siding isn't a safety issue. They threaten, blackmail everybody. "Oh, we're going to throw you out. The city of Denver is going to kick you out of that place because your stairs are dangerous." Well, they're not dangerous. I've been here for 20 years. I walk up and down on my wall. I've been on them all. Nothing wrong with them. So they use safety issues to get the money the first time, and then 3 months ago, as opposed to 5 years ago as well, they use the same reason. It's
I get
stairs.
you. Yeah.
You fall down. So
take over the board or move.
Well, that's the only choice I have, it seems, and that's the problem. These boards they're not smarter than your average bear. I've been on the board. Maintenance companies will come in and say, they will have the whole agenda. They'll talk to the board about what's going on, and the board just sits there stupid, feeding their ego, going, "Oh, well, I got a position. I got a name behind my name. I am the president of the board." Whoopie-doo. That's about all they know. I've been on the board. I don't want to say it, but those people aren't qualified any more than your average bear, your average homeless person. You can put anybody on a board. Matter of fact, I got on a board because no one wanted to vote anybody in.
Yeah, that's right. That's how it works sometimes. You're right. That sometimes you.
And especially.
Go ahead.
Got FHA owners over here. When the federal government.
Got a break.
Out there, don't want to knock anybody, but. When the federal government backs up your loan to buy a place, you don't care whether they raise your rates. As if I was just an individual owner that has put every dime in into this place, and I don't have any.
Listen, man, Les, there's nothing holding you back from running for office on there and replacing them. Really?
Yeah. No, I know, and I've done it. Again, like I said, I've done it.
No, but if you guys do that, you will have power.
Collect some proxy votes from people that don't show up and get it done.
Yeah, I mean, you really can.
Well, I know you can. I've been on good boards. I've owned good condos.
And man, I'll tell you what, that's all it takes are people getting involved. Really. And that's what it says. You can't, listen, sometimes you got to just take the bull by the horns, get involved, and get it done. There's no other, look, man, I have been so tired trying to convince myself I know everything, and then others. And you can't convince others you know everything. You got to show them if you know something, not tell them. And that's what you have to do. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
All right, you're clear?
Yeah.
You got your Mile High State coming up here in about 30 seconds.
Denver's talk station.
No, I thought they were. Hey, you know, on that, the turnpike and everything, that lane was all private money.
A little breezy, but it's
Yeah. Apparently they made money on it, but it didn't come out of any of the taxpayers, so I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Size or missing a diamond? We repair all the types of Matthews selection and prices online at MatthewsFineWatches.com.
MileHighEstatePlanning.com. That is who I represent wholeheartedly. Blake Harris has done such an excellent job for our listeners, whether it's a simple will or an extended complicated trust or somewhere in between. Protect yourself, protect your assets, protect your heirs. Do away with useless litigation. Get it done the right way, whether it's a simple thing or complicated. He does it all. No job is too small or too big. 720-924-6171. He can do prenups and post-ups. That's MileHighEstatePlanning.com. FaceTime, Skype, Zoom, text, email, DocuSigning. 720-924-6171. 720-924-6171. MileHighEstatePlanning.com.
The best vacation.
All right, you're good.
Staycation. And nothing makes a staycation like a Not only can you book and have it delivered in just a week,
Darlene?
money back guarantee. Start your staycation today.
You got in your billfold?
I can tell she's fucking shit.
Is she a three-bagger or a two-bagger? She's a three-bagger. She's very,
With our no closing costs, 30 or 50.
I know. Hey, I want to take that lady got $1 million. She know what to do with it.
Yeah, pretty sure we'll tell them that lady matters. Maybe that's called a poison.
Probably a six one. I don't know. I thought that Darlene, you were really going to her defense against that people at the place.
That's what pulled up that video. That when you said,
oh, really?
It's the biggest number in the history of
the MP4.
844-425.
She was.
We walked into the
3304. Not all those apply.
the apartment complex.
The real estate man with Remax Alliance.
I told
He
you.
is a certified negotiation expert, and he knows how to impress and market your home. We specialize in most advanced, innovative, things real estate. Do not hesitate to call 303-920-1622 or get tips online at Frank Durant.
I don't know why you would have taken that purse of hers, though.
Here at Rocket Mortgage.
We really want to thank my wife's cousin Marie, who worked so hard as a nurse saving others.
Thank you for
So then, after this whole thing is over, I'm going to try and get a 2019 Santa Fe. Or that probably would be so cheap, it would probably, if they have 2018s left, they will, they'll be fine, they'll be fine cars. Yeah, if I get a 1 year old, everything I'm reading, I expect used car prices I'm gonna go down to buy a used car or a new car. No, used car and new car. Oh, really? I would say new, because nobody's going to auctions. No, all of these cars that are coming out, no one's buying them, so you have to think about it, see any auction lots. Right, yeah.
Why?
Because people will stay on board. But I didn't think of, you're right, the auctions, I thought there's gonna be a huge buildup. That's it. So if I wanna get a 2019 Tucson,
CDC guidelines for your safety.
yeah,
So make your appointment.
I just stuck someone in my car, but I can go 200,000 miles. It's a nice car, yeah.
I like that plan.
I know, but I'm not paying
By Upwork, when you need
I like that
on
plan where Mark does that constant.
No, that's if you wanna keep on the new car stuff.
Shower or thunder shower. If the rain's more than 50, always spend it. Just network.
Right. Right.
I get what I'm saying, and then I would get just like you're picking my car up tomorrow morning in my house. They'll do everything and bring it back. It's all included in everything.
Everywhere.
Does that come into your house together?
Yeah, I can pick them up in the state.
Right, I know.
Do that with me.
Yeah, but look at where he lives out in the middle of.
Hi, Tom Martino. This hour brought to you by SaferNet.com.
You know, as in safety, think of SaferNet.com. Everyone listening, everyone could use this. Everyone. If you're in business listening now, don't tune it out thinking you have someone helping you with security. This is an app that protects every computer, laptop, and cell phone you have under one umbrella, and you control every part of it. All your information is encrypted. No one can read it. But everything you go to the web for, it goes through this first. No viruses, no malware, no ransomware can make it onto your computers and do you harm when you have this, period. It costs as little as $3.99 per item to get it done. And it goes down the more you have. $3.99 per device or cheaper per month. SaferNet.com, 720-452-1222. 720-452-1222. SaferNet.com. Mark, go.
Hey,
yeah.
Are you going to let your kids, would you pay for a gap year? I'm just curious.
No.
Me neither, Jack. Thank you.
No gap year. No gap year. Here's the deal.
Do the gap year in your 60s.
You know, here's the deal. Okay, I don't mind meaningful vacations and some sabbaticals for learning.
That's not a year.
The gap year is ridiculous, yeah, in my opinion. Jim, what did you have to say, Jim?
Tom, I got a problem. My license plates expire. I need emissions on my car, and nobody's open.
Right, but they're giving everyone leeway on this.
Well, how will that affect me if I'm coming out of town?
If you're
maybe
what?
Utah stops me for expired plates.
Now, I don't know about that. That's a good point.
Okay.
But you can do a lot of that online. You know that, right?
Well, come on. Just honestly point out to the trooper or the cop, hey, this thing called COVID has closed DMV in Colorado.
I can't see anyone getting a ticket for a recently expired vehicle if it happened during COVID. Now, if it happened last year and you're one of these people that never get it registered until you get caught and you play the odds, they can tell the difference. And if it's, I'll bet you that you wouldn't get in trouble.
Okay, good.
I mean,
but they are giving leeway for this now.
Now, I know they are. Yes, they are. They're giving leeway. But, Jim, I don't want you getting mad at me if you take a trip and call me back and say, you owe me for this ticket, because I can't guarantee anything. But, Jim, can you see them, especially if it happened during the COVID shelter in place, and it's still kind of spotty when they're open. Can you see someone really prosecuting you on this? Come on. It's
and if they pull you over, right when the cop starts getting close, just start coughing. He'll leave.
Oh, man. Oh, that's terrible. Marlena. What's happening, Marlena? What's going on?
Hi, Tom.
Hey.
I just want to say thank you so much. You had talked to me about my rent, and a gentleman blessed me with paying half my rent.
Oh, yes.
And if it wasn't for my son Dylan, I would have even never known about you and to talk to you. I just want to say what you guys, your staff, and you do it very well, and I am very grateful to you.
Oh, Marlena, thank you so much.
On the air.
You made my day saying that. Now, I hope you continue to listen and also tell other people about the help we can give them. Thank you, Marlena. We're trying to give media a purpose in life. You know, media with a purpose. That's what I've said before. And then when it comes to the referral list and my show, I call it advertising with accountability. Those are two things no one else has. That's it. Sorry, no one. No one. I don't care who you are, you don't. Don't tell me you do when you don't. When we know you don't, even though you say you do. I mean, it's just no list, no group, no app, nothing. Even the Better Business Bureau, we do more direct help than they have ever done in their existence. Not that I have anything against them, except they're a for-profit agency who tries to masquerade as a government or some kind of, you know what I mean, they don't say they're government, but they like some official agency. It's a dinosaur, by the way. Les, do we have a lawyer for an HOA? Are you the one that called about your HOA acting up? If you want to sue the HOA, here's what I say, Les. Here's the bad thing. It's going to cost you more money than you can handle because the HOA is fighting with everyone's money. You're fighting with your money, Les. Okay? Are you there?
Yeah.
It's almost like jousting at windmills. You try to fight an HOA. The HOA assesses the membership, including you, to fight you. You don't get help. So, what do you realize to sue the HOA on general principle? You're suing them. You don't even have a specific. You have an idea. You don't like them because they're wasting money. You can't even narrow it down to a specific loss that you've suffered. And if you could, how much would it come to? Really, in all of their inept operation, what would your total loss be? Give me an idea. What would it be? Really, Les, I'm not trying to discourage you. I'm trying to give you accurate information. So what would it be if you added up all of your losses?
It's just the maintenance fees going up over $120.
Well, okay, so what would you sue for? When you sue, you have to sue for a dollar amount. How much would you sue? Or for injunctive relief? So tell me what your lawsuit would sue for.
Well, it would almost. I'm more thinking they're a criminal. It's criminal because.
Well, then you don't hire a lawyer. You don't hire a lawyer if it's criminal. If you think it's criminal, you call the police, or if they're doing it interstate, you call the FBI. Do you really believe that the state or anyone will arrest anyone on this? Come on. What is the crime? Again, I'm not trying to discourage you. I'm trying to let you take a look at this. You don't like the way the HOA is run. Do you really believe there's a crime, and what is it? Tell me the crime. What is it?
Getting a loan 2 times for the same thing.
That's not a crime. That's not a crime.
No. For the same thing. When I say I'm going to buy, okay, I'm going to buy all this improvement from my company, and I ain't going to buy an Learjet instead. Okay, I tell the loan company.
Now, did your HOA? Okay, hold on. Did your HOA tell the membership they were taking out a loan for something and did not use the money for the intended purpose? Did that happen?
Yes.
Okay. How much was the loan? How much was the loan?
About $700,000.
And what was it supposed to be used? What was it supposed to be used for?
Stairs, fixing the stairs.
Okay.
The stairs were obviously falling apart.
Okay? It wasn't a special assessment. It was a loan to fix the stairs. Now, the membership approved it, or did they do it? Did they not need membership approval?
Got a break?
They probably needed membership approval.
All right, now, what did they use the $700,000 for if they did not fix the stairs? What did they use it for?
Yeah, that's the interesting part. They took off all the siding, ripped it all off, which didn't need to be done, and put up new siding.
Okay, now why do you think, what was the motive? What was the motive? They didn't put it in their own bank accounts. They didn't squander it. They used it. What was their reason? Did that money get
those companies worked. Those companies
got a break.
So
they're like relatives working for these
are you
people.
saying that someone got a kickback, Les?
You know, I can't prove that. All I know is that I can't prove that.
Les,
That's all.
where is the crime? You haven't talked about a crime yet. Do you see there's no crime?
No, when you present yourself to get money for something as a safety issue, as stairs, which is a safety issue, so they can get that money a lot easier than they can if they had to say it's going to be for siding.
Les, it's a civil thing. It's not a crime. They did not steal the money. It's now hold on. If they said we need it for the steps and they used it for the siding and then got somebody and they didn't even really need siding, but they did it so they could hire this company who then profited and gave them money back. If you could weave that tale and it was provable, that would be a crime. Les, here's what I think. I don't think that happened. I think that you're going to see they didn't have to use that money for the stairs. You're going to see that they have the discretion to make the decisions. Just get the bylaws and read them. And unless you can come up with some solid losses as a result, otherwise you have to be prepared to spend about, of your own money, just to get to the courtroom steps, $75,000 minimum. Minimum. More coming up.
Clear? We have to become the banker and duck pros in this.
Yes. Talk Station with Tom Martino. Now, Dan Kaplan today.
Become the banker means about 50
The guy wants to sue and he's talking about out of it.
Now, Impact Traffic.
What would you imagine a lawsuit like that? You didn't fix the stairs.
You shouldn't have any problem getting where you're headed, just some slow spots because of construction at Stop and Go on Eastern I-70 from the I-76 split to just on Sheridan. The lanes closed while crews do some bridge deck repair work through there. Westbound I-70 sluggish between Baskin and Wright Boulevard, and roadwork slowing things down on C-470 in both directions between Broadway and Quebec. Your forecast for today, partly to mostly cloudy this afternoon, some gusty winds. Will cool off to the low 40s overnight tonight. And then tomorrow for your Friday, mostly cloudy with some rain showers and a high of 57. It's 63 right now in Denver. For your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Janine LaRose, 630 KL.
You said you need cash?
Has the world about 10 seconds.
Professionals, and I have an alphabetical list of them. Accountant, animators, architects, you get the point. When you need in-demand talent on demand, Upwork is how.
BecomeTheBanker.org. That's the website where you'll find the next webinar, or you can make an in-person appointment, BecomeTheBanker.org, or call this number. There's a reason for it, I'm going to tell you, 303-779-6600. At least find out about this strategy. It will cost you nothing to find out. You know why? Because no one lost a dime during this pandemic. They continued earning money, and you can too. It's one strategy that should be part of your portfolio. BecomeTheBanker.org.
All right, you're clear. Your master carpet is up here in 45 seconds. You want to get out of the way?
Yes. Yes.
And staff, all right, closed our stores. However, if you're looking
Master
for a
carpet.
do-it-yourself project, maybe a
You mean Duck Pros, right?
better speakers in your ride, you could.
Yeah, Duck Pro. Sorry, it says master carpet.
Yeah, that's fine.
Anyway, stay safe. Let's keep helping each other out. And if you want to learn more about how to upgrade your ride with the smart technology new vehicle
I'm so
visit CarToys.com.
So it's you're looking better than you were at the beginning of the show.
Are you tired of hearing me say that?
Can you go to a agency? Somebody put up, how long is the age by the spin now? This is the 80s, right? No one's come up with a vaccine. Just treatment. So they think that maybe.
I am so proud to represent Duct Pros, Colorado.com. They have the strongest truck-mounted vacuum available to clean your duct. Your ductwork can be cleaned, and it needs to be to keep the air in your home clean. Whether we have a pandemic or not, it's just a good idea. And then they use compressed air tools to go to each and every run to the furnace to clean each and every duct. And it all is one good system. So Call them, and you will be amazed. Just starting at like $290 for up to 10 vents. Additional ones are only $15. But if you mention Martino, you get a free antimicrobial fogging of your entire system. Antimicrobial fogging. 303-578-3510. 578-3510. DuckProsColorado.com.
So they're saying that they may not be able to have a vaccine.
Seriously?
For 2 years.
Well, no. Think about AIDS. They've had 19 years.
Yeah, but AIDS is a different kind, isn't it?
It's a virus.
Are you saying that COVID may not have a vaccine?
I'm just saying that with AIDS, they've had 19 years.
I'm asking
They
you.
haven't come in. I don't know. 40 years. What? 40 years. Well, but they may not be able to come up.
Why is it? Why is it? Tell me why.
Call 888.
But they have treatment for it. Well, treatment is different than vaccines. Right. Well, the treatment is good.
Yeah, but it is. But they have it forever. They won't have to take it forever.
Hey, Tom, why you read the term of this contract? I read it too, and it depends upon what term.
No, because she's had it since '87.
Right, but if it's a flying termite, they don't cover it.
Challenges during the COVID-19 pandemic.
It's they only do cover it as a subterranean termite.
Small business crisis research.
Is that what it says?
I don't know. I don't know.
Providing businesses with stimulus. We also shine a spotlight on small
So that's,
businesses.
you read that contract,
Visit
it depends on,
small business to learn more. That's iHeart.com/small business. Because
I sent it to you too, Mark.
It's big to us. Don't time lowest interest rates.
Some of the biggest breakthroughs in history have been immunizations, and they say, however,
I agree.
the obstacles to HIV, you know what they are? The immune systems of almost all people are blind to HIV. The immune system, which fights disease, doesn't respond to HIV at all, ever.
In the market.
It just doesn't. It just doesn't respond for some reason. They don't know why. It doesn't trigger immunity. And then it says vaccines are typically made to mimic the immune reaction, and since there is no immune reaction, there's nothing to mimic. But we do have an immune reaction to this one.
Yeah, but it depends on the strength of the immune reaction.
Yeah, but you can intensify it. There is no immune reaction here. That's the problem. But with the COVID-19, there is definitely
I'm not saying it won't happen. I'm just saying the immune reaction may not be powerful enough.
And it says most vaccines are made with weakened or killed viruses. This HIV doesn't work well because there's no immune response. It just keeps coming back to that.
Please take care of yourself and each other.
Denver's talk station. Online at khow.com.
That's all I'm saying is, I'm hoping it does happen.
Hello, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show. Now, Wayne, this is something he wants to talk about. Wayne is on our referral list, and he does firearms training. WDN firearms training. Boy, your business had to have taken a big hit, Wayne, because you can't have people gather, right?
That's for sure. I've not had any classes in almost 2 months, actually. But
you would qualify if you would kind of qualify for unemployment or stimulus, right?
Well, I'm looking into that because I've lost a lot of money, but I'm not sure where I fall on that, but we're looking into it.
I just want to ask you, WD Firearms Training, is it a sub-S? Is it a C? Is it an LLC? What is it?
It's an LLC, and we are on your referral list.
And of course, we know that. We love you, and you do a great job training people for safety. But what I wanted to ask, and I know this is not why you called, but on your LLC, are you the only owner?
Yes.
And if your income has gone down a certain amount as a result of that, you would be eligible for the unemployment part. Really. If you're working less than 32 hours and then there's a dollar amount, you ought to go on and look at it. And you'll also get the stimulus check. And you can even, if you had payroll, you can take out a loan that eventually you don't pay back. But anyway, Wayne, I don't want you to just think you're not eligible. A lot of self-employed people are thinking they can't get unemployment. This is one of the few times you can. So anyway, go ahead, and what did you want to talk about?
Well, I just read in the news, once again, about a 7-year-old kid that killed his 3-year-old daughter with a gun.
A 7-year-old kid killed his 3-year-old sibling with a gun. Okay, so why?
Well, that's the whole point, is why. It doesn't have to happen. I get so emotional about it, I want to cry and vomit at the same time. It just does not have to happen. And we do have a solution. It's called the Eddie Eagle program. It costs nothing. And what it does is it teaches kids how to avoid a gun, how dangerous guns are, and what to do if they come upon a gun. Now, I have a lot of parents tell me, well, we don't have guns in the house, so I don't worry about it. But what if your 6-year-old or 8-year-old goes to a neighbor's house where some irresponsible adult has left a gun laying around? And what they don't realize is kids have already been trained what to do with guns by TV, by movies, by video games, and that is to pick it up, point it at somebody, and pull the trigger, which is exactly what's happened in this case. And it doesn't have to happen. We can take care of that. If they get my contact information off the referral list, or we can give them a phone number and email address, we set up these Eddie Eagle classes. We do it at schools. We do it at libraries. We can save hundreds of lives. And if there's any teachers out there that want us to bring it to their schools, that's an ideal situation where we can train hundreds of kids at a time what to do if they come upon a gun. And that's to stop, don't touch it, run away, and tell an adult. It's very simple. All the materials are provided by the NRA, the workbooks, the gifts, the certificates, the badges, the coins. It doesn't cost anything but your time. And I implore everybody to encourage anybody with kids to come to it and get a hold of us, and let's get this taken care of. It doesn't have to happen. I'm just dismayed that it happens every time I hear about this. And
Are accidental shootings with kids pretty common?
It happens frequently. I think it's about 1,500 kids a year.
That's incredible. That's terrible. Now, what about this craziness, though, of parents leaving a freaking gun? In your firearms training, do you talk about storage of firearms?
Absolutely, we do. We demonstrate locks, we demonstrate safes, we demonstrate how to secure a firearm and make it readily available in case you need it in an emergency. But the kids can't get to it, or anyone else unauthorized. We do that in our training. That's part of our training. And the whole problem is it's uneducated adults. You just don't go out and buy a gun without training. No more than you would jump on a 1,500cc crotch rocket and twist the throttle. It's just crazy to not get training. You don't know what you don't know until you know it. And I've had so many people come to our class that say, I've been shooting guns for 40, 50 years and had no idea about all this information about guns. It's just incredible. And especially men, guys, have this macho thing about, I already know about it, or I was shooting a 22 when I was a kid, or I've been hunting for 40 years.
I get you, man. I get you. Wayne, I can hear how passionate you are. That's why I didn't open up my big mouth. And really, I appreciate what you're offering. Free firearms training to kids, or what to do when you encounter a firearm, not how to use it. But it's an Eddie Eagle program, and the NRA backs it up with materials, all free to kids, groups, neighborhoods, communities, schools. Or, of course, his regular firearms training. You can find out more about that. WDN, that's Whiskey and Delta. Now, I don't know why, by the way, so anyway, Whiskey Delta November firearmstraining.com. Whiskey Delta, that's WDN firearmstraining.com. 720-271-3267. He's on our referral list at referralist.com. 720-271-3267. Thank you very, very much. We got more coming right up. Get your calls in. We have time for your calls. 303-713-TALK.
All right, you're clear. Got your Rocky Mountain retro foam and Joel is in. Now, Rocky Mountain Retro Foam is coming up at about 45
Yeah, it
cents.
doesn't.
When you need
When you do that contract, there's a lot of termites.
the only thing
Well,
slowing me down
anything flying, and if it's a dry wood termite or an ant,
I-70 from the
certain ants, they don't cover.
to just past Sheridan. The two left lanes are closed while crews do some bridge deck repair work through there. Eastbound I-70 also sluggish between Pena and Tower, and road work slowing things down on C-470 in both directions between Broadway and Quebec. Your forecast for today, partly to mostly cloudy this afternoon with some gusty winds. Will cool off to
You got a gun at home?
I am so tired of the dusty winds.
I've never fired them in my life. Kidding me.
57.
You should do it. You'd like it.
With your
My girlfriend was going to take me shooting, you know, my student's girlfriend, but we broke up. And I can't imagine if we had been.
I have a 22 handgun. I used to do this little trick, and I love showing people. I take a washer, fender washer, put Scotch tape over it.
Rocky Mountain Retro Foam.
Rocky Mountain Retro Foam. This is something, I just talked to Chase just the other day about this. He says, Tom, people are still afraid to call. They don't understand we can do everything from outside the house. We have unbelievable deals right now, and they're going to start saving money. This is one of the few things you can actually buy that'll lessen your monthly payments, up to 50% on energy bills. It also makes your house more quiet, up to 80% more quiet. And listen to this one. You also make it, inhibits insects and rodents and helps fireproof it. It's all too great to be true, isn't it? No. It's a real deal foam that goes into your walls and protects your home and insulates it. And you know, if you've ever wanted to update your insulation, now's the time to do it. Foamyourwalls.com is a video. And then contact them. Foamyourwalls.com.
If you are wanting where you're clear, your Joe Lair is coming up in about a minute.
Hey. Yeah, thanks. I had a brain fart. Thank you for saying that, though, because then I just hopped right into it. If you ever suspect I'm in a catatonic state, do that.
So what'd you do? You just tape the washer through it in the air and shot it?
Yeah, and I can do it every time. And honest to God, I'll drop jaws. Did you hear what I do, Doc? I'll take a washer, put tape over it, I go like this. Bam! You take that washer, gone. You can throw it, you can do it. You know what the secret is? The only person I can tell is someone who's really familiar with that.
There's a blank?
Birdshot. And it'll almost pick it up. You just get in the vicinity.
And you press it that much?
Yeah, well, not that much, but I'm not that bad at a shot. I mean, I do, you know, bam, we can't go like this, you know. But you know what I'm saying. Okay. Joe Lazzara, a criminal defense attorney that I hope you never need. But there's a fact right here. We're getting more DUIs right now. Some shoplifting and some assaults. Neighbors are getting on each other's minds, whatever it is. Listen, there's not an excuse for crime and violence ever. And there's also never an excuse for not getting representation. Sometimes your rights are violated. Sometimes you need to do a plea deal. Sometimes you just need to fight it. Whatever it is, Joe Lazzara is the one to call. Flat rate pricing on everything. 303-429-6200. 303-429-6200. LazzaraLegal.com. L-A-Z-Z-A-R-A. LazzaraLegal.com.
When it comes to your more the lower interest,
You know, why do Italians make such cheap clothes?
What's that? What's she saying?
Why do Italians make such cheap clothing?
It's true.
What?
Millions of homeowners can benefit now.
Why are you saying you're going to buy it?
They're the lowest in
The Spanish make much better clothes.
Take advantage of
Then Dolce & Gabbana?
American finance. You can learn about new loan options that can save you up to $1,000.
Italians are the best designers, actually. Listen to all Valentino. Oh my God, there's so many Italian designers.
Best of all, there are never any
Valentino, did I say?
nothing to lose and so much.
No, most designers come out of, I say, France and Italy.
There are even
Yep,
open nights
France and
to
Italy.
fit your schedule.
So give them a call.
You keep your gun around?
No, I don't.
That's
My guns are not around right now. In fact, where is it? Down on my shop? I really have.
Where do you shop?
Investments in securities and other risk flows. You've worked
In my
hard building
hotel.
up your retirement
You
nest
said,
egg.
Roger, I didn't say you.
You need to have a comfortable retirement. Do you have
Oh, you know what? I thought this new garage thing, I thought that was your office.
annuities or real estate?
There's-
If you
Oh,
have
there's on one on the other side of it. That's an actual garage.
Fisher Investments
Ah.
free
I decked it out.
to retirement.
No, I know, I was looking and I said, I thought you had the cabinet, you couldn't see them. You couldn't see them. I said, you're put that. No, here, this house.
And then
I've never thought.
Do you want to learn to speak a new language?
I have never lived,
Then you need to try Babbel.
No. I never
That you
hunted.
can try for free
But I
right
shoot
now at Babbel.com.
Mark,
Babbel.com
you can't know that about
5 minutes or less. And
So do I wouldn't be a very good guy about this. I mean, yeah, I have no objections to guns, I just haven't had the opportunity to try it.
just download the Babbel app or go to
You know, in New York, nobody
Babbel.
had guns. They had the tightest gun control laws in New York City in the world.
Stock markets make
Even back then? Oh, yeah. Really? Well, until lately, when they when the courts approved it, up until then, was the tightest gun control law in the world. I mean,
Call today.
Back on in 30 seconds, guys.
I got both places I got guns underneath my mattress. Well, when I was looking around, that's how we was connected.
888604 or online, your money, your
I
retirement.
went flying yesterday.
Did you? I thought it was too windy.
It was, and then it kind of seized, so I just went straight there. I did. I just went out, I just got a wild hair. I said, you know what, I'm not letting another good day go by, because the winds went right down. I had a little window. Hi, Tom Martino here,
303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Spread the word about the show, because we do good and we also help so many ways that it's a shame if there are people out there suffering that can use some free help. And we even help with material things at times. Yvonne's got an HOA comment on that call we took on HOA Gone Wild. And we have a number of calls like that where they either are wasteful or overly enforceful of the of the covenants or something. HOAs are unpopular many times. What's your comment, Yvonne?
Well, the best thing that he could do that I had to do is get the other homeowners involved. Send a letter. He should get a list. He should have access to the list to all the homeowners and send out a letter and then attend a board meeting.
That's a good point. They also have bulletin boards. Some of these communities are now going online, and you can tell it's a company that a company like a Nextdoor or something like that, where they have this app, and then every community fills out its own stuff. We use one here in my community. I forget what the name of it is, but you can drill right down to the community, and then everyone can post their concerns. But you're right, there is strength in numbers. Yvonne, what's funny is I was in a condo building one time for a short time, and in this condo building, one woman had secured enough several hundred proxies, so much that she was able to control everything. She even went so far, listen to this, as to control who gets lists. And no one could ever get a list again. She shut down the mechanism that helped her gain power, and then she remained in power. So when a vote came along, if she didn't like what happened, she'd fire the manager, because all she did was put forth a motion and then approve it. No one could outvote her.
Right.
She was a dictator. It was and then people were outraged, but there was nothing you could do about it. You couldn't get a list. You would literally have to wait at the elevator to talk to everyone and hope that they give up.
For their yearly.
Yeah.
They have to wait for the yearly homeowners association meeting to change that.
Then you show up, yes. But even there, if you go to an HOA meeting, not everyone shows up to that, so you don't get to talk to. Beware, people. This is the message. Thank you for bringing it up, Yvonne. There's strength in numbers. Here's what I want to leave you with on that, peeps. Listen to this. When it comes to a townhome or condo development, please beware of people who are sneakingly trying to get proxies. Because if they get enough, they become a self-serving dictatorship that it's almost impossible to shut down. In fact, when the board votes, she brings in the proxies. Now, if it takes a board vote, and there are enough people on the board to get her off the board, what she would do is recall the board, she does a petition, and she gets to sign for hundreds of people. It was an amazing ploy. The woman's in her 70s or 80s, and she was saying, I don't like the carpet. I don't like the carpet in the lobby. She changed it like it was her house. She had that much power. Anyway, thank you, Yvonne. 303-713-8255. Timothy, what's this scam call you're talking about?
Good afternoon.
Hey.
My wife and I are on the phone here. We just got finished with a call that I kind of discouraged my wife on. Somebody that's trying to give us a Mercedes-Benz and a whole bundle of cash. And
what did she have to do for it?
He gave us his David Moore. He's a CEO.
What?
And yeah, he said he asked me if you signed up to Publishers Clearinghouse one time, and I said, yeah, I did.
So what did he say you had to do, though, to get this stuff?
Okay, he says you go to the post office, get a postal money order in the amount of $335, and you send it to a person in Kansas, a woman in Kansas, and then he says you'll get it back, but in the meantime you're going to get a $150,000 check from Chase Bank.
Oh yeah, well thank you for warning us about that. I'm hoping we don't have anyone that would ever do that. By the way, renewhomeinnovations.com. People did not believe it, but yes, they have 5 years same as cash. He wanted me to reiterate that. We have more tomorrow. Save all your problems for me.
All right, talk to you guys tomorrow.
Are you looking for a high-end luxury car at a crazy good? How about fantastic customer service too?